welcome back to the Lone Wolf Saga. Played via Kai Chronicles, available online. We are at book 10, 11. Hello, Amaro. How's this going? Book 11, I see. Yeah. Book 11. So we're like a third of the way through the whole series. It's going well, although the last few books have been a bit on the unreasonably difficult side. Like, okay, the last book wasn't too bad, but I think it was like 8 or 9, which were like, even when I figured out the optimal route, like I had explored every page in the book and I had cheated and given myself max combat skill and max endurance every run. Even with all that, it took me a billion retries to actually get through the final boss. So they were a bit unreasonable in that respect, but I got through them. The last book wasn't actually too bad. It was a bit difficult, but it was alright. Hello, Wugga. So yeah, book 11. They're getting tough, and I hope I hope they're not going to get tougher than that. Like, it would be nice if they would return to form of the original 5 or 6 books, because I thought the difficulty was just perfect for those. But anyway, we'll find out. Like, to some extent, they're kind of assuming you managed to survive with loads and loads of skills and equipment from past books, but that's not a reasonable assumption at all, because even with all that stuff, you can die easily. So, I mean, there were pages where you literally had to roll a dice and 0 to 3. Well, 0 to 9 dice, and if it was 0 to 3, you die. Full stop. Like, there were pages like that, so... Alright, the story so far. You are the warrior, Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Masters of Summerland, and sole survivor of the massacre that destroyed your kinsmen during a bitter war with your age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad. Okay, this paragraph we've read every time, so I'll just skip this paragraph. Skip this paragraph because they've said this every time. And they've said this every time. I mean, they're basically adding to this every time, so let's try and find where we actually got to. Yeah, we did all that, So this is what happened. Right. Alright, we've got this is basically describing what happened last book. Your defeat of Zakan Kimar turned the tide of war decisively against the Darkland armies and paved the way for the liberation of the lands they had taken by force. But the sweet taste of victory turned sour when you discovered that Dark Lord Gnarg had captured the last 3 remaining Lawstones of Nixator and had vowed to avenge his defeat by destroying them and killing you. Alarmed by this, the High Council of the Elder Magi joined you in Tahu to help formulate a plan of action. They had already received word from Prince Gregor, the ruler of Eru, that 3 radiant gems filled with golden light had been transported to the fortress of Torgar from the Dark Lord's city of Mosgoa. Unable to tolerate the goodly power of the Lawstones, within his own domain, Gnarg had been forced to move them to Torgar, where his sorcerers, the Nadziranim, set about searching for a means to destroy them. Fearing that they might achieve their task, the Elder Magi made preparations for your secret journey to Eru, and in order to safeguard your true identity, you adopted the guise of a Pathfinder, one of Prince Gregor's elite woodland scouts. After a long and perilous journey, you arrived at Torgar to find it besieged by the armies of Telestria and Palmyria. During the early months of the Dark Lord invasion, hundreds of Telestrians were enslaved and sent to labor in the dungeons and sulfur mines deep within the bowels of this grim city fortress. Their plight seemed hopeless until the allied armies under the command of Lord Adamas of Garthan finally arrived to liberate them. Due in part to your bravery and skill during the assault, Lord Adamas' troops were able to breach the Great Torgar Gate and storm its citadel. During this fierce battle, you gained entry to the chamber at the heart of the citadel where the Naziranim were attempting to destroy the Lawstones. They were hung above a circular black pit and suspended in a fireball of negative energy, the focal point of several beams of power emanating from crystals set around the edge of the pit. By means of a gantry, you were able to climb above these energy beams and retrieve one of the Lawstones. But as you reached out for the remaining two, a terrible voice filled the chamber. Vengeance is mine, Lone Wolf. Terror struck deep in your heart as you turned and saw the ghastly form of Dark Lord Knag. A rasping laugh echoed from his fly-like head. Fly-like? Okay. As he raised a black crystal and pointed it at the gantry. The vow I gave at Tahu shall be fulfilled. Now I shall destroy you and the Lawstones, he gloated. There was a deafening crack and a bolt of blue lightning leapt from the stone towards the rusty iron gantry. As the shockwave hit the fireball, the two remaining Lawstones were sent tumbling into the black abyss. The second bolt ripped the gantry in two, and with the ghastly laugh of Dark Lord Knag ringing in your ears, you fell headlong into a portal of total darkness, a shadow gate which leads to the twilight world of the Azian Plain. Interesting. So we are not on the map right now. We are in a different plane of existence. This is the map, by the way. I think we went to... Where did we go? I think... I mean, we were at Tahu... But no, not Tahu last time. Telestria, right? Yes. So last book, we were in Garthen, and then we kind of trekked up here, and then... No. That was a previous book. I don't remember. Wherever we were, we've now somehow ended up in a different plane of existence, so... Let's... Alright, so we've already got our stats. So, by the way, I'm semi-cheating. I'm choosing the max stats every book, but it's not really cheating. In theory, you could just restart over and over again until you get the stats you want, just like in Baldur's Gate, which you literally do that in the Baldur's Gate games. So I'm just playing it that way, except I'm not doing the re-rolls. I'm just giving myself the max stats. Alright, so we keep weapon mastery, so we can choose another weapon. Dagger turns out to be quite useful, because daggers come up a lot. So we've chosen dagger, sword, and bow. I don't know. Axe. Or maybe a blunt weapon? Mace or something? Doesn't really matter. It was just whatever comes up. Let's go with Warhammer. Alright, so we've got Curing, we've got Hunt Mastery. Right, the usual thing I do is try to complete these circles. So I've already completed that one. Which gets me a +1. So I could push for this one. In the hopes that next book I'll be able to complete this one. So if I want to do that, we either pick Invisibility or Pathmanship. I think Pathmanship comes up more often. Yeah. Alright. Go with Pathmanship. So Pathmanship just helps you find your way around. I mean, it's going to be a bit strange in this plane because we probably don't even understand the language. Or, well, no, they might have symbols and languages that we can decipher, so... It also grants him the gift of always knowing intuitively the position of North. Does does the magnetic field even exist here? Alright, so we keep... Oh, we didn't have a... We lost our weapon. Disintegrated or something. We got a bow. And we got a rope. These potions, which are very useful. A blanket. And lots of arrows. That's good. Alright, so we can take... So the footnotes say we can't use the monastery, which is where you store your weapons, which I haven't really bothered to use because it's assuming you survive lots of books in a row. Like, otherwise... Because if you die, everything that's in the monastery disappears anyway, so... Alright, take... Where are the... Hang on. Where's the button for rolling my money? Oh, it says pass over this section, so you don't actually choose new stuff. Okay, fine. That means we don't start with a melee weapon. That could be a problem. Like, in some ways it'd be better if we started fresh. Okay, well, anyway. Follow the rules. Yeah, okay. So we're now a primate. So a primate means we get an upgraded curing. Means we can delay poisons, which was useful one time. An upgraded hunt mastery, which means we don't really need ropes to climb sometimes. Alright. Oh, bollocks. Look at this footnote. Due to several unavoidable difficult combats in this book, it is practically impossible for a new or average character to complete this adventure successfully. Even a character with optimal choices of equipment and disciplines and the highest possible scores for combat skill and endurance will have a difficult time with this adventure. What? It doesn't suggest a workaround. Oh, they don't seem to have programmed a workaround into this, like an option to give ourselves bonus stuff. The only thing I could do really is edit the JSON file if I have to, which, I mean, given that they've given this warning, I would not be opposed to doing that to give myself something a bit fairer, but guess we'll try it anyway, but that's ridiculous. I don't know whether it's going to get harder or easier in the next groups of books. Like, I would hope that, you know, after publishing and selling these books and getting feedback from players, that he might have, like, made it more realistic in the coming books, but I don't know. Fine, we'll just play it as is for now. And we'll try and figure out a workaround. If it's just ridiculous. All sense of time and space is lost as you plunge headlong into the whirling black throat of the abyss. Only a numbing chill and a mournful sound, like a million voices crying in despair, accompany you on your descent into the unknown. Gradually your mind is filled with fearful visions, nightmare shapes that reach out of the darkness to claw and bite and scream at your passing. I think we need some different music for this. They grow in menace until they are swiftly dispelled by diamond-shaped motes of light which streak past at incredible speeds. The tiny lights engulf you in a cone of fiery brilliance, and a metallic smell of ozone, sharp and pungent, assails your nostrils. A sensation of warmth surges through your frozen limbs. Then, an instant later, you strike solid ground with such a suddenness that you are left stunned and panting for breath. We lose 6 endurance points. Great. With dread anticipation, you stagger to your feet to survey your new surroundings. A bleak and desolate plateau, seemingly devoid of life, stretches into the distance on all sides. Jagged boulders litter a desert of crimson sand, which is stirred to restless motion by fierce and scorching winds. Neither sun nor moon hang in the amber skies above, yet their absence does not leave this world in darkness, for all along the horizon blazes a fire which glows brighter than 1,000 sunsets. You stare across this alien landscape, and a feeling of helplessness grips your senses as you realize where you have emerged. This is the twilight world of the Dazian Plain. A knot of fear tightens in your stomach as you recall what little you have heard about this world. The magicians of Summerland believe it to be an astral corridor that connects Magnamund with other planes of existence. So by passing through a shadow gate, one of which is situated below the guild hall in Toran, a person can gain entry to the Dazian. However, those who have passed through the shadow gate in Toran have never been seen again, and the magicians believe that the journey can be made in only one direction. They say there is no escape from the Dazian. Your vow to restore the Kai and your stubborn will to survive against all odds refuse to let you believe that there is no way back to your homeworld. You cast aside your fear and steel yourself for the task of finding a means of escaping from this desolate place. But firstly, you must recover the 2 lore stones that fell into the Shadow Gate shortly before you. Oh, we don't have this. The torrid winds sweep across the landscape with increasing ferocity, forcing you to protect your eyes from the gusts of sharp, stinging sand. The need to find cover takes priority when you sense that the winds are merely the prelude to a storm. To remain here in the open could prove a fatal mistake. Peering through your fingers, you try to find somewhere to take shelter. To your left, in the middle distance, you can see what appears to be a mound of volcanic stone slabs. To your right, but further away, you notice a shallow gully running lee to the wind. Well, we should probably go for the gully. We need a better long-term option, I imagine. The wind tears at your clothing as you fight your way slowly towards the distant gully. Your feet sink deep into the hot, shifting sands, transforming the simple act of walking into a hard and painful exertion. After what seems like an eternity, you finally near your goal. You drop to your knees and crawl the few remaining yards towards the shelter of the shallow, rock-strewn trench. Gasping for breath, you bury your head inside your tunic to avoid inhaling a lungful of the sand-choked air, and gradually your pulse steadies and your strength returns. You wait for the storm to subside, but, as if in defiance of your wish, the winds grow ever stronger, whipping the sands into huge cyclones which suck countless tons of debris into their deadly spinning cores. Fear returns to freeze your heart when the shadow of a raging whirlwind falls across the gully. In blind desperation, you crawl towards a narrow fissure at the far end of the trench, praying that it is the entrance to a cave. This time your prayers are answered. The fissure marks the beginning of a shaft that descends deep into the volcanic rock, but as you draw closer, your hopes for a safe shelter are dampened by a gruesome sight. Thrown around the entrance to the fissure are the bleached and shattered bones of what was once a formidable creature. Nervously, you reach for a weapon, which we don't carry. Okay, we have a bow, I guess. As you approach the narrow gap and peer into its lightless depths, a strange smell, sweet and unwholesome, wafts out of the inky blackness and stops you dead in your tracks. but the deafening roar of the approaching tornado makes you swallow your fear and enter. Cautiously, you descend into the dark, your weapon held poised to counter a sudden attack. Whatever happened to our lantern? We had one, didn't we? Oh, we discarded it for some reason. We had to throw away an item. So a tornado is approaching and we can't see. And if we brought... like, it would probably put out the torch, or... I don't know about lantern or fire sphere. I don't know, we'll just stay where we are. The noise of the approaching whirlwinds grows steadily louder, and the ground shudders violently beneath your feet. A great blast of dust and debris is sucked from the depths of the fissure. It catches you full in the chest and knocks you off balance, causing you to fall and gash your head. Blinded by the sudden pain, you are now unable to resist the full force of the whirlwind, raging directly above the gully, and are drawn up into the vortex never to be seen again. Your life and quest end here on the Zanim plateau of the Dazian plain. Great. That is death number 111. Now we start off even worse. Although at least we get a weapon. Have to start the game fresh this time. We've only got this book and one more book to go before we're at the Grandmaster. Just like a different chapter. Okay, so just take max skill. They said even with max skill it's going to be a challenge. Great. Alright. So, take Weapon Master with bow, dagger, sword, I guess. Curing. Always take Curing. And guess we'll take Hunt Mastery. Like, they said there'll be lots of combat. And if you want to max your combat out, it's best to go with Hunt Mastery. Alright, so we can get some money. I don't know what we're going to use money for in this demonic plane, but... we get 2 meals. Not much use. And we get to pick 6 items. Alright. So I'll take a bow and a quiver. A lantern. Sword. A potion and a rope. And a couple of meals, why not? Okay. Alright, let's do that again. -9 endurance points, wonderful. Alright, and then we go here, we have to go here. Alright, so the choice we made here was to go in the gully. I still think that's probably the better option, so we'll do that. Then we get here. This time we have a lantern, so we'll use the lantern. Your light washes over the rough red walls and illuminates a narrow corridor formed by a violent rending of the land. Warily you descend, taking care to avoid the deep potholes which riddle the uneven floor, and at length you emerge into a cramped, airless cavern. At that moment, a cacophony of noise surges along the fissure, and the floor shudders and heaves beneath your feet. Then a great blast of dust and debris knocks you off balance as it is sucked out of the cavern by the whirlwind, now raging directly above. The turmoil soon subsides, but as you drag yourself to your feet, you notice that you are not alone. A low, croaking growl issues from the far side of the cavern, and suddenly two slits appear, from which a baleful orange light radiates. With bated breath, you watch a shape emerge from the shadows, a long, scaly form with short legs and a lizard-like head. The outline of its body, perfectly camouflaged against the red volcanic rock, pulses like a heartbeat as it awakens from its slumber. It swivels its horny head and fixes you with an alien gaze, its snake-like eyes glittering with malice. You don't have animal control. The lizard beast yawns, exposing a wickedly curved beak and a jaw set with dagger-sharp fangs. It snickers evilly, relishing the thought of killing and devouring you at its leisure. Sure, let's use the bow. Swiftly, you draw an arrow and take aim at one of the creature's eyes, but instinctively it senses danger and twists its head furiously from side to side to spoil your shot. Alright, we got a lucky shot. Your arrow tears into its eye. Oh, we should probably have, Oh, it's dead. Splitting it open like a burst egg. It ends its flight buried deeply in the creature's brain, bringing death in an instant and sparing the beast the agony of its terrible wound. Slowly, the slain Khozinda falls to the cavern floor, its broad tails twitching spasmodically. When finally it comes to rest, you approach the carcass and examine more closely this creature of the Dazian. Although the shape of its body appears reptilian, its scales are quite unlike those of any lizard you have seen before. They are thin, yet incredibly hard, and seem to be formed from a substance more akin to glass than skin or bone. You ponder the origins of this curious beast until eventually the fatigue of your ordeal catches up with you. Unable to resist any longer, you close your eyes and drift into a deep and dreamless sleep. Well, that's worrying. Just fallen asleep for no reason. Right. You wake with a start, stirred to consciousness by the distant flap of large wings beating in a windless sky. The sounds grow louder, and quickly you gather up your equipment and hurry out of the cavern to investigate their source. The storm died down while you slept, and the plateau is now becalmed. From the rim of the gully, you can see 6 black shapes silhouetted on the blazing horizon. They resemble dragons with snaky necks and ragged, bat-like wings. Upon their backs they carry gold-skinned creatures, human in appearance save for their lack of hair and their massive size. The leader sees you. He banks his dragon mount towards the gully, and the others follow closely in his wake. You fear they are about to attack, but at the last moment they veer away and circle the gully before landing nearby. With practiced ease, the leader and 2 of his brothers dismount from their winged steeds. They each dwarf you by an arm's length, and although their heavy muscular bodies seem incapable of stealth, they approach like lions stalking their prey. Zhu Klokanra, speaks the leader, his voice deep and resonant. Ilian Nurna, says another, impatiently. We do have pathmanship, but... Oh, no, we didn't pick pathmanship. But we're nowhere near that rank anyway, that's ridiculous. Nope. The beings scowl with disdain when you offer no reply. Their leader draws a silver rod from inside his Khozinda scale vest, levels it menacingly at your chest, and slowly repeats the words he has spoken. They're not gonna recognize, like, a gesture of surrender. Like, that's a cultural thing. Prepare for battle! Your fighting spirit seems to find favor with the leader. He is clearly impressed by your display of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, and regards you with a new look of respect. The kind of warrior shows for an enemy he considers his equal. He sheathes his silver rod and calls one of his followers to step forward. With a nod of his head, he commands him to fight you, and the golden-skinned giant obeys eagerly. We use the bow. In the blink of an eye, you load and fire your bow, sending an arrow spinning towards the giant's muscular chest. The tip bores into his golden flesh, but it strikes a rib and is deflected. Maddened by the sudden pain, the giant bellows a rumbling war cry and lurches forward, intent on rending you limb from limb. -7. Alright. Oh no. Dead. Okay. Is that even avoidable, like that fight? Because that's like against the odds, but only slightly. Like, we can win that. He's immune to Mind Blast, so Hunt Mastery is really the best option there. Alright. Well, the bow is proving to be useful, but... Alright, so... Take the sword, the bow, the quiver, the rope, the potion, the lantern, and... the meals. Alright, so should we try taking shelter behind the stones this time? We'll do that. With plodding steps, you set off towards the rocky cairn. Your feet sink ankle deep into the hot red sand, and you can only maintain balance by leaning heavily into the wind. Walking soon becomes an ordeal, and by the time you reach shelter, you are near to exhaustion. Breathless and weary, you crouch beside the mound and pray that the storm will soon subside. Then it occurs to you that the cairn is not a natural structure. The rocks have been stacked symmetrically, one upon the other, by someone or something who wished to leave their mark upon this wilderness. Is it like that, like, Instagram trend that people do where they go to national parks and they stack rocks, which is not allowed? You're not supposed to do that because it's basically damaging the environment. Apparently they do that even in the demonic plane. You examine the slabs more closely and discover one that is quite unlike the others. Its rectangular edges are even, and its surface is mirror smooth. Inscribed upon this slab are curious spidery markings. Much of the porous rock that surrounds the slab has been eroded by wind and sand. Holes have appeared through which you can see into the cairn. It is hollow. Curiosity and the need for better shelter prompt you to try to dislodge the slab, and after much effort you pull it free, leaving an opening the size of a trapdoor in the side of the mound. Inside the gloomy interior you discover a large, metallic statue lying horizontally on a bed of clear, crystalline sand. You try to perceive some detail, but the shape is shrouded in near darkness. Alright, we'll use the lantern. The statue is wrapped in a thin, silvery blanket of metal, its crumpled surface reflecting a glittering mosaic of light upon the rough rock walls. Carefully you peel away the metal sheeting to discover that the statue is no more than a tangle of mouldering bones, the remains of a creature long deceased. Judging by the size of the skeleton, this creature must have stood almost 9 feet tall. What little it once wore has long since crumbled to dust, but lying beside the ribcage you discover a rod of silver that gleams as if it were new. Sure, we'll take the silver rod. Outside, the wind howls like a horde of demons. It whips the sand into whirling cyclones that perform an erratic dance of destruction upon the plateau. You watch this awesome spectacle until the fatigue of your ordeal finally catches up with you. Well, we're here again. And then... Oh no, this is different. Alright, I shouldn't have skipped that last page. I thought it was these guys again. Alright, well, we woke up. From what I skim read, we woke up and we saw a bunch of flying creatures, and they landed and tried to speak to us. And we do possess a silver rod. Alright, the golden-skinned giants scowl with disdain when you offer no reply. Their leader draws a silver rod from his lizard scale vest, levels it menacingly at your chest, and slowly repeats the words he has spoken. We do have a silver rod. You tug the silver rod from your belt and hold it before you. A look of surprise widens the leader's eyes, but his shock soon turns to anger when he realizes where you obtained the silvery wand. He bellows his contempt for your act of grave robbery, and in a fit of rage, he releases from his rod a charge of raw power. Do we have the Law Circle of Fire? Yes. So that makes it almost... that makes it like 90% off surviving, I think. Probably. As the power bolt lances towards your chest, you lash out and catch it with a glancing blow with your silver rod. There is a blinding splash of color and a fierce pain shoots up your arm, forcing you to drop the red-hot remains of the rod and snatch your blistered hand to your mouth. The leader gives a low, guttural laugh and steps closer to the cairn, but he is stopped in his tracks when you leap from the rocky mound and prepare to defend yourself. Oh. And then we're here. Alright, well, use the bow, I guess. So we fight him anyway. Fuck. We've got to find a way to avoid this combat. We're never going to get anywhere. Dead. So we can get the silver rod, but it doesn't seem to help. Like, we could try not showing it. Did they give us that option? Alright, so we take Weapon Mastery... Hearing, Hunt Mastery. And then we want to take all these things. Alright, so it looks like taking shelter behind the stones is a decent option here. So we use the lantern. So we get the rod. And then... Oh, we don't have the option to... So if we show him the silver rod, he just blasts us. Can we just throw it on the floor? Will it let us do that? Okay, we don't have the rod. Haha. Just drop it behind us. Yokai senses warn that you are in mortal danger. These beings suspect that you are a grave robber come to loot the tomb of one of their ancestors. Unless you can persuade them otherwise, they will not hesitate to kill you. Raise our hands and surrender? Like, they're not going to recognize that. Come on, let's just do it. Your silent surrender seems to anger the leader. It is as if you were in some way insulting his honor by refusing to answer him or take up a weapon in defense of your life. He bellows his contempt, and in a fit of rage, releases from his silver rod a charge of raw power that lances through your chest. Death is instantaneous. Oh dear. I think if we actually get past this battle, we're gonna have to save Scum, like make a checkpoint save afterwards. Like there's otherwise it's just silly. We'll see if there's a way around this battle though. There might be. And they did warn us that this book is, they said, near impossible. Just alright, take curing, mastery. Like, did the author even play his own book by the rules and win it? Alright, so let's just try the different options. So I don't know, let's just not use the lantern this time. So then we just skip that altogether. So if you do have the silver rod, all that happens is they destroy it and they shoot you and they get angry and you just get hurt for like 3 health. Not that much, but there's no point having... So just don't have the silver rod. Don't pick up the silver rod. We could take divination. Let's see. If we don't use the bow, will that make the combat easier? Maybe he won't be in a rage. Oh, it's the same. He just has more HP. The giant approaches, stern-faced and resolute, his huge hands poised to grab you and tear you limb from limb. Quickly you unsheath the hand weapon and prepare to receive his attack. Dead. I think we're just going to have to save Scum each combat. So if I actually make it through, I'll have to make a hard save. Like, I'm choosing the optimal stuff here for that battle. Well, we could take what was it? Divination, but then we'll be sacrificing combat skill, and you're gonna need it later on, no doubt. No, we've got to take weapon mastery and always take... Curing is the most important one, for sure. And weapon mastery is also essential. You can't not take it at this point. So when it comes to choosing one more, either we take Hunt Mastery, and that basically gets us +1 combat skill. Or we can take Divination, which might be able to bypass that one fight, but I don't think it's gonna hold up for the rest of the book, so we'll take Hunt Mastery. Alright, should go back to the gully. And so we can use the lantern. If we stay where we are, we die. If we take the lantern, then we end up in that fight. Let's try this option then. The uneven floor is riddled with deep potholes which impede your progress. Unless you have completed the Law Circle of Solaris, you must deduct endurance points due to injuries sustained to your legs. At length, the narrow fissure widens, and as your eyes become accustomed to the gloom, you're able to detect that a small cavern lies ahead. Just at this moment, a rumbling cacophony surges along the fissure, and the floor shudders and heaves beneath your feet. Then a great blast of dust and debris knocks you off balance as it is sucked out of the cavern by the whirlwind, now raging directly above. The turmoil soon subsides, but as you drag yourself to your feet, you notice that you're not alone. And then we have to deal with this. And then we fall asleep. Oh, we always end up here, so... It seems all paths lead to this page here, 132. And that is just death. That we can't do unless we choose divination. I don't really want to. So... we use a bow, because that reduces his HP by 3. Sure. Alright. Good start. Bad. 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 That's all we can do at this point. Just keep saves coming this. Well, not saves coming. We are actually starting from the beginning. But after we beat that battle, we'll just have to make a hard save. Like... No, wait. Yeah, we'll stick with these. I don't have much time left. I've only got like 10 minutes and then I gotta go. Let's see if we can just get past this one battle. That will be progress next time. So it doesn't matter which way we go here, so we can go in by the stones. There's no point taking the rod. That is not an option for us at all. Alright. Boom, boom. We're dead. Terrible start. Oh my god. Alright, let's just... Um... Alright. So, literally there was no decision really up until this page here. Like, everything is just the same clicks every time. And nothing can really change except for maybe how much money I roll or whatever. We'll always have full health here as well, because there were enough pages that even if we get hurt a lot in the first page, we'll still heal fully. So, with that in mind, let's make a save right here, so that I can just start at this combat each time. Because otherwise it's literally just clicking through those things again. Where is... yeah, save. Fortunately, it looks like we're going to have to save scum this book. Alright. All we can really do is keep trying this battle. This is as good as we can get it. He's on 37 health. Alright. Wow, we win. What are we on? We're on 1 HP. Alright, let's make a save here. Alright. Continue the adventure. You back away from the dead giant's body, your weapon held ready to continue the fight should the remaining Yuako thirst for revenge. But they seem unmoved by their champion's death and show no desire to avenge it. The leader regards you with a cold smile of approval, for you have triumphed honorably in single combat, and by doing so earned his admiration. He holds you with his eyes and projects a psychic message using a mind language you can understand. Well, why didn't you do that before? We are the Yuako, he says telepathically. We are the lords of Yanis, the shining city, and masters of the Abaxial of Chenos. Come, esteemed warrior. I invite you to join us. Come to Yanis, where you will enjoy the rewards of the brave. He beckons you to accompany him to his dragon mount. At first you hesitate, fearful of their intentions, but the thought of being left marooned in this inhospitable wilderness soon persuades you to accept the Yuako's invitation. With a mighty screech, the dragon mounts take to the air in unison, the beat of their great wings filling your ears with a thunderous drumming noise. Your stomach heaves as the leader tugs at the reins, sending the beast laboring steeply into the fire-orange sky. The ground below falls away at an alarming rate, and within minutes you are traveling hundreds of feet above the plateau, your vision blurred by the speed of the rushing wind. Beneath you, the trackless waste stretches away to the burning horizon. Without sun or moon or any change in the brightness of the sky, you find it impossible to gauge the passage of time. Twice you lapse into sleep, for how long you cannot guess, yet each time you wake, the arrow-shaped flight formation of the dragon mounts remains unchanged, and the Yuako themselves show not the slightest sign of fatigue. At length, the featureless wastes give way to thick, violet-coloured grasslands, dotted with scab-like patches of marsh and bog. The air becomes humid, and the faint smell of rotting vegetation conjures up memories of time spent in the Danag. Gradually, the lowlands rise, and you soar above high valleys and rock-strewn meadows, broken hills, and weather-worn crags. As you approach a narrow cleft between two mountainous peaks, the leader raises his hand. Upon this signal, the others close into single file. An immense crater lies beyond the pass, and at its heart stands a city, the most beautiful city you have ever seen. Well, if it's beautiful, then maybe we can make the music a bit more uplifting. The shining city of Yanis lies before you, rising in circular levels around a turreted citadel of sparkling crystal which dominates the vast alien metropolis. Constructed out of sheeted platinum, silver glass, and mirrored steel, it reflects the light in 1,000 colors from its walls, windows, and huge conical towers, giving it the appearance and splendor of a glowing sun. As the Dragon Mount glides over the outer walls, you feast your eyes upon a network of broad avenues lined with fragrant, tree-like plants, squares with fountains, and huge silver bell-shaped dwellings. Directly ahead stands the citadel. The leader signals once more, and together the Yuakor land their winged steeds upon a grassy platform adjacent to one of the citadel's 5 circular watchtowers. There you are met with Yuakor guards, resplendent in armor of burnished silver, who attend to the dragon mounts with dutiful efficiency. The leader helps you dismount before dismissing his company and escorting you to a room in the watchtower. You will rest here, he says, using only his mind. I shall take word to the beholder, and he shall speak with you. Refresh yourself and sleep if you wish. He motions towards an adjoining room and then turns and leaves, the door closing behind him, seemingly of its own accord. Wait, so he's telling us to sleep in the adjoining room? Or... What did he... Why did he motion towards the adjoining room? What's the adjoining... Okay, fine. We'll investigate the adjoining room. Warily, you enter the room. Warily, you enter the room, noting that in spite of a lack of windows and torches, it is bathed in a warm amber light. The opalescent glow pours from the walls themselves, illuminating a table set with colorful food and a huge cushioned divan standing beside it. The oversized Yuakor furniture makes you feel like a small child exploring a dining chamber for adults, but your hunger soon quells your unease and entices you towards the table. You are very hungry after your long flight to Yanis and must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. Alright, we do have curing. Your Kai sense tells you that the food is untainted. You cannot identify any of the meats, vegetables, or fruits, but you sense that they are especially nutritious. Fine, we'll eat it. The food has a taste and texture completely unlike anything you have tried before, yet it is delicious, and after having eaten your fill, you feel thoroughly refreshed and fortified. There is enough food remaining for 1 meal. Sure, we'll keep the meal. Cannot get more backpack items. Oh. Drop a meal, because meals are actually useless. Mostly useless. There may be... Well, I mean, given that this is foreign lands, there may be places we can't really hunt. But we'll take the Yuakor meal. Alright. You return to the first room and peer out of a tall window that looks out over the city. Far below, you can see the Yuakor crowding an avenue which leads to an outer level of Yanis. They move with such purposefulness that from this great height they resemble a vast community of worker ants. For several hours you stare down at this beautiful alien city and its industrious citizens while you try to make sense of your situation. Eventually you resolve to find out all you can from the one the leader called the Beholder. Perhaps he will be able to help you locate the Lore Stones and find a way back to Magnamund. At length you settle down to sleep. Alright, I gotta stop. We're waking up from a sleep, so that's a good time to pause, I think. Alright, well, things are looking better. That first boss fight was kind of dumb, but we got past it, and we've save scummed, and we're at 12 health. That's as good as we can get, really. So, we can start from there next time. Alright. Make a save. Alright. We will continue next time. Welcome back to Lone Wolf, the Prisoners of Time. So we've saved in the middle of this book. I've never done that before, but we had to because they gave us a warning at the beginning of this book that this book is basically impossible. Which is kind of stupid. Why why did you make the book like this? But we have to save Scum basically because we don't really stand a chance at getting through purely following the rules, which I think is stupid, and I hope this doesn't happen again in the later books, because like the first 5 books were really going well. I thought they were exactly the right difficulty, and now we got books where it's just basically impossible. But we can overcome this impossibility by save scumming, because then we can kind of avoid the common deaths and stuff. Alright, so we started the book in this weird place. So we went into another plane of existence, so we don't even have a map. We're not even in the main world. This is the main world. And we fought a couple of things, and then we encountered these beasts, Uakor, and they made us fight one of them as a test, and we won after 1 billion retries. And then they were impressed, and now they're actually friendly to us, and then they brought us to their city, and we went to sleep and woke up, and that's where we are now. Yeah. So, carry on where I left off. Just grab my copy. Ow. Oh, I just burnt my fingers. 1 second. Alright. A strong hand on your shoulder shakes you roughly from your sleep. The Beholder requests your company, says the Uakor leader, stepping back and motioning you to rise. You must come with me. Together with 6 attendant guards, the leader escorts you from the watchtower across an open courtyard paved with polished steel and into the entrance hall of the Crystal Citadel. There, a superb spiral staircase forms the central core of this stronghold, carved from a solid mountainous chunk of a sky blue mineral unfamiliar to you. The stairs soar upwards towards the turreted roof where the chamber of the Beholder is situated. Oh, that's hot. With ease, the Uakor ascend and you struggle to keep pace. You count over 300 steps before the staircase opens onto a silent hallway where a massive door of solid ebony inlaid with gold fills an entire wall. A bell is rung, and while you catch your breath and wait for the massive door to open, you speculate on who the Beholder could be. You imagine him as a Uakor warrior king, tall and strong, with wisdom and intelligence beyond mortal reckoning. With this image in mind, you feel optimistic that he will aid your quest. However, when the black door finally swings open, your hopes are dashed. The sight of him shocks you to the core. Oh, okay. We didn't even heal when we went to sleep. Alright. So, cradled in the muscular arms of a Yuako guard. So these are the Yuako? Okay, they look way more human than I realized. Alright. Lies the loathsome, stunted form of the beholder. His withered, corpse-green body is no bigger than a human child's, yet his bulbous head is enormous by comparison, far larger even than that of the giant who is holding him. It wobbles and sways repulsively when he turns to focus his eyes on you. Like polished gemstones, these two blank orbs glint in the flickering light of the chamber, their cold sharpness revealing the intelligent being that lies imprisoned within the crippled shell. Hello, DJ. This beholder has a disturbing lack of eyeballs. Do you think so? Well, they just look really dark. I feel like he does have eyeballs, but they're kind of black rather than white. Be not afraid of me, human, he says, using a language similar to your native tongue. I mean you no harm. My shape may not find favor with those of your species, but here in the Dacian you must be prepared to disregard appearances if you are to discern the truth. Compared to the mainstream beholder, that Wizard of the Coast will sue you for using... Oh, right, okay, yeah. What, is that beholder? That's the one that's like a big floating eyeball, right? Oh, okay, I see what you mean now. Yeah. It's like the Cacodemons from Doom. With a languid blink, he dismisses the Yuako leader and his guards and watchers. Dismisses the Yuako leader and his guards and watches like a doting father as they descend the spiral staircase. Come, let me show you some of the wonders of my realm, says the beholder as the great black door swings slowly shut. It is so rare that I am able to entertain a guest. I would deem it an honor if you would accept my invitation. With the only exit from the chamber now sealed off, you have no option but to accept. Yet his politeness makes you feel uneasy. You are his prisoner, yet he speaks to you as if you are free to leave at any time. Well, they never actually said I'm a prisoner. But alright, what do we got? We've still got these potions, that's good. Oh, I don't have a combat potion. I've got a health potion. Alright. You walk beside the beholder along a corridor which leads to a vast circular gallery. At its center stands a towering bell-shaped vessel made out of transparent, glass-like material and filled with a huge seething ball of fire. Its bright light illuminates some strange equipment standing against the walls and cluttering the tables, but little of its heat radiates into the room. You pass on until you come to another gallery which is floored with shining steel like a gigantic mirror. The domed roof is lost in the dim shadows, but at its center you notice a tiny disc-shaped portal. The beholder glances at a row of crystals embedded in the wall, and they glow in response to his psychic commands. I am called the beholder. Yes, we know that, he says, his thin voice echoing loudly in the emptiness of the dome. I observe all that transpires in the Dacian. I saw your arrival upon the Zamin Plateau, and I know from whence... Okay, so you're all-knowing, but you don't know that it's whence, not from whence. Whence means from where. So the sentence is, and I know whence you came. Beholder, so-called beholder. So few of your kind survived transference that I abandoned all hope of meeting you. Indeed, had you not met with one of my hunting parties, your bones would now lie bleaching upon the sands of that arid plain. Well, that did actually happen multiple times. It seems that you are, by nature, a survivor. Suddenly a swirling column of light appears, projected from the disc in the center of the dome. It casts a pool of brilliance in the middle of the gallery, and gradually widens until it encompasses the whole floor. Come, observe, and perhaps you will learn the nature of your new world, for you will need to adapt if you are to survive here. For the rest of your life. hmm. The swirling light draws into focus upon the mirrored floor, and you find yourself surrounded by a spectacular cosmic image. At the center spins a shadow, as dark as deep space, populated with suns and stars and the myriad planets that revolve around them. This microscopic universe is in turn surrounded by a ring of total darkness, and beyond that radiate 4 beams of differing color, like the spokes of a gigantic wheel. Between these beams are many areas of light and shade, some running parallel and some in isolation, but all of them connected by a pale, shimmering mist. What you see before you is a tableau of our worlds, a light painting that depicts the universe of Aeon and the Dazian plane, says the beholder as his servant carries him to the dark center of the floor. Here, among the suns and stars of Aeon, is the planet you know as Magnamund, and beyond it lies the Shadowgate, through which you fell into the Dazian. Slowly, the Yoakor moves towards you, bearing his master with care as he continues his monologue proudly. And here, balanced between the elemental strongholds of fire and water, lies the Abaxial of Chenos. This is my realm. I have chosen to live here, to shape it as I wish, and to populate it with beings who embody my ideals. Coldly, the beholder stares into your eyes, and you feel your body stiffen as he probes deep into your mind. Earth, fire, water, Aeon, our powers combined. And if we are here, Yanis, the Shining City. So these are... Wait, what did it... So these are the different worlds. These slivers are different worlds. So we've got this world that we're in. And then we've got a world of water, and a world of fire, and a world of earth. And then we've got Aeon, which is... Okay. You are powerless to prevent the beholder's psychic intrusion, but at least the ordeal is mercifully short. He scans your mind thoroughly. Like, what if he killed me by doing that? Then with a blink of his eyes, he ceases his psychic probing, and a smile spreads slowly across his withered grey face. I perceive much in your character that pleases me, human. You possess inner strength, honor, and a fiery courage uncommon among the mortals of Aeon. Were it not for these traits, I would have no hesitation in ridding myself of you, for I will not tolerate the weak and untrustworthy in my realm. He pauses for a moment and gazes fixedly at the shape swirling near the center of the room. I have looked into your mind, and the reasons why you are here in the Dazian are now known to me. The quests and struggles of Magnamund are no significance to the Shining City, are of no significance, but there are those of this world who would rejoice to learn that the last of the Kai is here, if only to seek you out and destroy you. For this reason you must leave Yanis, but I shall not send you away without guidance, for you have my respect, and I shall help you all I can. The beholder deactivates the light picture and wills his servant to carry him back to the first gallery. There, bathed in the shadowless glow of the fireball, stands a huge globe of silvery metal. At his approach, it radiates an eerie phosphorescent light, and symbols appear upon its surface. The Lore Stones entered the Shadowgate some moments before you fell. Is that not so? Asks the beholder incisively. You confirm this to be the case and watch with fascination as the symbols shift and change color. There are many channels within the Shadowgate that are warped by the vagaries of time and space. Usually it is an impossible task to predict where an object passing through the Dazian will materialize, but the coordinates of your arrival are known, and this will help my calculations. Slowly the symbols begin to disappear until just 3 remain. Without knowing the precise Aeon time they entered the Shadowgate, I can only find an approximate location, he says, scrutinizing the symbols. As reckoned by the timescale of your planet, the Lawstones arrived on Dazian 41 hours ago. They materialized together and intact in the forest of the Kat Trisect of Vosada, a realm situated between the elemental strongholds of earth and water. This bodes well for you, human. Vosada is a temperate and stable domain, rich in those elements necessary to sustain mortal life forms. Also, there is one of great vision who has made this her home. Her name is Seroka. It would be wise to seek her help in finding these stones of power, for she is sure to know their whereabouts. Although his words revive your flagging hopes, you are still fearful that the Lawstones are beyond your recovery. The Beholder senses your apprehension and tries to allay your fears by offering you a means of transportation to the realm of Vosada. He promises that your passage will be swift, but when you learn what the journey entails, your blood runs cold. How many times does our blood have to run cold? So there's lots of story exposition here. I want to get back to the adventuring. This device, says the Beholder, pointing with pride at the huge fiery vessel that dominates the gallery, is a dimension door. It will enable you to pass directly into the realm of Vosada through a rent in the fabric of the Dazian. You stare in awe at the sun-like ball trapped within the vessel and try to comprehend the secret sorceries that enable such a thing to exist. We've teleported before, it's not that surprising to us. You will come to learn that the laws which govern my world are quite unlike those which shape Aeon. Here, time and space can be manipulated by those with power enough to craft them to their needs, he says in answer to your thoughts. Well, we have magicians that can do the same. He wills his servant to carry him to another globe, which stands close by. There he manipulates a bank of crystals, and gradually a swirling circular grey shadow forms on the glassy surface of the vessel. It shimmers, and you find that you cannot fully focus your eyes on it. Step forward and enter, commands the Beholder. The door to Vosada is open. Your skin prickles and your stomach churns, but you fight to control your fear by relying solely on your Kai skills. You sense that the Beholder is speaking the truth. The grey portal does lead to the realm of Vosada, and so, with great trepidation, you bid him farewell and step into the void. At the very moment you enter the dimension door, a sensation of incredible speed assails you. A twirling spiral of light unfolds before your eyes and you hurtle towards its core, borne along in an envelope of grey cloud. You close your eyes, but the light penetrates your eyelids, growing ever brighter. It fills your head with a madness of colour and forces a silent scream of anguish from your lips. Lose 3 endurance points. Why? Come on. A sudden lack of air leaves you gasping for breath, but it passes in an instant, and when you blink, you open your eyes and discover that your journey is complete. You have arrived in Vosada. I feel like he could have equipped me with weapons and food and potions and a map. He gave me nothing. From the brow of Grassy Hill, you stare across a strange yet familiar landscape. Before you lies an expanse of verdant grassland with clumps of woodlands and several winding streams. The warm air smells fresh and clean, and the distant sound of birdsong is carried to you on the gentle breeze. Were it not for the grey, sunless skies above, it would be easy to believe you had returned to your homeworld. The sudden wave of homesickness makes you feel heavy-hearted, but you refuse to allow it to weaken your resolve. Instead, you scan the horizon in the hope of discovering some form of habitation. At length, you abandon your observation. You are unable to see any sign of intelligent life in the surrounding landscape. You decide to follow a nearby stream in the hope that it will lead eventually to a river, where the chances of finding a village or settlement should be higher. The stream wends its way sluggishly through a mossy glen to a thicket of red-leaved trees, which stand in a semicircle around a pale, grey, metallic monolith. Alright, let's make a save here, because the last 10 pages were just pure exposition and there was no choices to be made. So if we reload, we don't want to have to go through all that again. Sure, let's investigate the monolith. The base of the monolith is overgrown with weeds and wildflowers, indicating that it has stood here for some considerable time, yet its metallic surface... I mean, weeds and wildflowers grow really, really fast, so it could have been there a matter of days. yet its metallic surface bears no obvious signs of weathering. It is tipped with a transparent spike which resembles a short glass spear. You can hear a faint humming sound when you place your ear to its mirror-smooth spire. The sound seems to originate somewhere deep below the ground. Puzzled by its purpose, you step back from the monolith in order to look at its entirety. You have taken less than a dozen steps when you hear the rustle of foliage. You are not alone. A group of hairy, squat-limbed creatures step from the shadow of the trees. They are armed with crude spears, which they clasp in their ape-like hands as they approach nervously. They surround you in a wide circle, and one of their number utters a loud, twittering sound. Hello, Wugger. Then he narrows his eyes and tilts his head, as if expecting you to answer his call. We never have these skills. Oh, animal control would have not been too difficult to have. You watch as suspicion turns to fear in these creatures' eyes. They become agitated, jabbing the air with their glass-tipped spears and clawing incessantly in their strange tongue. Did you figure out how to improve your stats, or are you still at a disadvantage? I mean, I'm taking max allowed stats. Oh, you mean improve beyond their maximum? I'm just going with the max, but I'm save scumming after major fights. So I've like saved after one, essentially a boss fight, which was pretty much against us, but we managed to get through eventually. So, in fact, now that, I mean, I don't even think, even if you came into this book with a high level, all that really means is you have lots of, like, skills, but not necessarily lots of combat skill points. So it would be practically impossible even if you're high rank. So yeah, it's pretty stupid. Alright, we're fighting an Ukor. We should be able to beat it. Quickly, you search the bodies of your vanquished enemies. You discover the following items which could be useful. 6 spears? We could only carry 2 weapons. Why even bother giving us 6 spears? Alright, well, a conch shell. I've read Lord of the Flies. This is how we enter the darkness of man's heart. Can't get... Okay. Drop a meal. You are eager to put a good distance between yourself and the monolith, so you decide to run beside the stream for as long as your legs will allow. Time passes rapidly, although the terrain changes very little until you reach a line of low hills spread out before you like a sleeping colossus. Here a path ascends from the bank of the stream to the crest of the hill, and you follow it. On reaching the crest, you stare down at a remarkable and daunting sight. A walled city of low pyramid-shaped dwellings lies spread along the center of a narrow wooded valley. Near the middle, rising high above the other buildings, stands a citadel, its color identical to the drab gray of the sky. Admiringly, you observe the intricate carvings which adorn its surface, but your enthusiasm is soon dampened when you see that the streets are teeming with the creatures you encountered at the monolith. You turn to leave, but a strange compulsion draws your eyes back to the citadel. It is Yokkai's sixth sense, and it is telling you that Soroka, the one who can aid you in your search for the Lawstones, resides here in this tower of stone. The path leads down to an open gate in the city wall where 2 of its ape-like inhabitants stand guard. Okay, let's just approach the gate. Are they actually hostile? As soon as the guards see you approaching, they shuffle inside and quickly shut the gate. Moments later, they reappear on the battlements above, from where they direct a stream of twittering noises at you. The guards scowl and wave their arms fitfully. Then the gate creaks open and a horde of ape men, brandishing spears, and swords with sharp crystal blades rush forward and surround you. Instinctively, you reach for a weapon, but the points of their spears dissuade you from unsheathing it. Reluctantly, you raise your hands, allow them to march you into their city under heavy guard. In a frenzy of excitement, the citizens of Thas press forward on all sides, pouring, prodding, and staring slack-jawed as you are brought along the main street, which leads directly to the Grey Tower. Your escort are hard-pressed to keep the crowd at bay, and by the time you reach the tower door, your clothes are disheveled, and you're scratched and bruised. 2 endurance points? Ugh. We get captured like every 3 days, yeah. With a loud grating rumble, the stone door moves inwards and you are given into the charge of 3 bronze-clad Ukor wardens. They usher you up a winding stair to a bare chamber, floored and walled with smooth stone slabs. Silently, a section of the drab wall moves aside and silhouetted in the opening stands the tall, feline shape of a remarkable creature. I am Soroka, she purrs hypnotically. And I bid you welcome, Lone Wolf. Come, enter my chamber, so that we may discuss your reasons for journeying so far to seek my help. Cautiously, you pass through the opening and follow Soroka into a tall, domed chamber that is supported by a circle of huge, rose-veined marble pillars. At its center stands a large table, and from the ceiling directly above, a flood of light pours down, reflecting and refracting upon its crystal mosaic surface and bathing the chamber walls in spectral colors. She bids you take a seat at the table, and, as she lowers herself elegantly into a seat opposite, you cannot but admire her beauty. Her face has the feline characteristics of a young lioness, yet her eyes and her youthful body are distinctly human, save for the soft, velvety nap which covers her flesh. She bears an aura that is powerful and confident, and yet at the same time she seems vulnerable and sad. How do you know my name? You ask, slightly unnerved by the familiar way in which she welcomed you to her chamber. There is much I know about you, she replies, voraciously, and at once you sense that you are in the presence of a godlike being. Your land, and your fight against the forces of darkness who threaten to conquer it, are but a part of the struggle which rages through the planes of existence. Yet it is your world and your fight that has become the focus of this conflict between the powers of good and evil. She pauses, and then staring deeply into your eyes, she continues, Upon you depends the future of us all. Stunned by the enormity of what she has said, you shake your head in open-mouthed silence. No! How can this be? You breathe incredulously. Wait, what are we surprised by? Being told that the future of us all depends on me? Everyone's been telling me that all the time in every world I've been to. There are those who seek to shape destiny and those upon whom destiny falls. Destiny has chosen you, Lone Wolf, and you cannot refuse it, for it will force itself upon you. Also, we're talking. We don't often talk. But how have I become the focus of such a struggle, you reply. We are all a part of it, she says. The worlds of Aeon and the Dazian are shaped by the actions of those who exist there. Yet the time has now come when the actions of one individual will shape the future of both worlds. You are that individual, Lone Wolf, and your actions are destined to shape the future of every living thing. But what if I refuse, you say nervously. What then will happen to the future? You cannot refuse, she says softly. Everything you do is bound up with your destiny. Your vow to complete the Magna Kai quest and restore the Kai, will you give that up? Will you forsake your country and its future security? Well, apparently I'm never going back there. Will you abandon Magnemon to the evil of the Dark Lords? No. By your very nature, because of your honor and your courage, you will act out your part. What then must I do, you ask? You must do what you have always done. You must listen to the words of those who will help you. And you must let your skills and instincts be your guide. She leans forward and sweeps her hands slowly across the surface of the table. The light dims and patterns take shape among the tiny squares of crystal. Observe and learn, she says. But the images will impart knowledge that will aid your quest for the lore stones of your ancestors. the flickering patterns draw into focus, and you see before you a panoply of strange scenes. A panoply? What is a panoply? A complete suit of armor, or impressive array or display of things. And the faces of many unknown creatures, some human, some bestial, and some that defy description. Many of the events which have befallen your world are mirrored here in the Dazian, says Sirocco, as you watch, with growing fascination, the image of a battle taking place between men and beasts. We too are threatened by the forces of darkness. Many ages ago we triumphed over evil, but our victory was incomplete. Now our nemesis has come in the guise of the Chaos Master. Everything his seething corruptions encroach upon the goodly realms of the Dazian, twisting and consuming all they touch. The vision of the battle fades and is replaced by a living map similar to the light picture you were shown by the beholder of Yanis. Here are the realms that lie between the elemental strongholds of earth and water. Once this region was rich and populous with the creatures of light, but now it lies ravaged by the cancerous realm of Paradox. Only Vozada and Melidor continue to resist. The others have disappeared into the Neverness, or have been transformed into desolate wastelands. Here, she says, pointing to the middle of the table, is the Nagoth Forest, once the most fertile of the great timberlands. Now the scourge of chaos splits it asunder. And here, the plain of Guacor, the mightiest realm that Dazian has ever known, reduced to dust by a plague of fire-breathing Zengar. Tears well up in her eyes, and you sense that the vision of Guacor has stirred painful memories. Sure, let's ask her. It is the cruelty of the Chaos Master that saddens me so, she says in a whisper, as if fearing to be overheard. Before his coming, the plain of Guacor was ruled by a great warrior called Sine, whose only fault, it was said, was a surfeit of pride. He loved me, and wished for the union of our realms, but alas, his love was unrequited. The joining of Guacor and Vozada was not to be. To win my love and restore his injured pride, Sine struck a bargain with the Chaos Master, for in keeping with the paradoxical nature of that god, he is obliged to indulge in the granting of wishes to those who would dare demand them of him. The Chaos Master wove a spell to enchant me, and Sine has granted his wish. I became enamored of him. But the bargains of the Chaos Master are kept keeping with his nature. They are cruel and fickle. Upon the hour of our wedding, he appeared and demanded that Sine pay for his wish by ceding him half his realm. He was refused, and in retribution he imprisoned me here in this tower and wrought upon Sine such physical mutation that he fled Guacor and hid himself in shame. Do you know what became of him, you ask? Yes, she replies sadly. He is the ruler of a new realm. He has regained his power, but his body is forever a cruel reminder of his pact with the Chaos Master. He is the one who sent you to me. He is the beholder of Yanis. So the beholder was the Chaos Master. Alright. Oh my god, so much reading. My voice is already getting tired. Sirocco blinks away her tears and forces herself to concentrate on the matter in hand. Again the image fades from the table and a new one takes its place, a picture of forested hills and steep-sided valleys. This is where the Lawstones emerged from the Shadowgate, she says, her voice now calm and controlled. I detected their presence immediately, for the power they radiate is extraordinary. Where is this place, you ask? It is the Nagoth Forest, close to the border with Melidor. I estimate that the Lawstones lie within a few hundred yards of Tolakos, the ancient burial ground of the Melidorians, she replies, but with caution in her voice. Is this not good news, you ask, relieved to know at last where the objects of your quest are situated? Yes, it is, but for the struggle now taking place in the region, the Melidorians are locked in battle against the forces of the Chaos Master, who is determined to claim all of Nagoth for himself. Tolakos is but a few leagues from where the fighting is fiercest. Then I must retrieve the Lawstones quickly, you say, rising from your seat in your eagerness to press on with your quest. Indeed you must, but it would benefit you not if you were to reclaim them and then be unable to return to your homeworld for the lack of knowing where to go. Be patient a little longer, Lone Wolf, and I shall show you where, in all this vast region of the Dazian, you can find the one shadow gate that leads to Magnemont. The vision of the Nagoth forest dissolves and a new one takes its place. It is of a city perched atop a rocky cliff, surrounded by a wall, fortified with towers and grim bastions. Red flames glare from a row of tiny windows, and its huge stone gate is emblazoned with a symbol of a fiery dragon. Sounds like every other fortress I've broken into in the past books. This is Haggadah, says Soraka, cheerlessly. Once it was the home of the Sandai, the rulers of the Great Plains that stretched to the very edge of the strongholds of Earth. They were the first to fall to chaos, and now their plains are dead and empty wastelands of sterile rock and poisoned sand. Haggadah was claimed by the Chaos Master, and it became his abode. But as his foul empire expanded, he grew tired of it and abandoned it for other, less remote cities. It lay deserted for an age before outlaws and refugees from Gwakor sought sanctuary there from the creatures of chaos. It is now a forgotten city, yet within its heart there lies a secret that even the Chaos Master failed to discover. The Sandai were the guardians of a shadow gate. Long had they kept hidden this portal whilst they searched for a means to enter it, for unlike the shadow gates of your world, those of the Dazian are closed. Only those who possess a key can pass from this realm into the universe of Aeon. Oh my god, we got a map! Where is this key which allows entry to the Shadow Gate of Haggadah? You ask anxiously. Soraka raises her eyes from the table and smiles. Power is the key, and the power is now within your grasp. The two Lawstones of Nixator are the power. They are the key to your escape from the Dazian. You must retrieve them from Talakos in the Nagoth forest and then go to Haggadah. The Shadow Gate is to be found in the Temple of the Sandai at the center of the city. I can help you reach Talakos, but beyond the Nagoth, my powers of vision grow dim. You must let your skills and this map be your guide there. From the pocket of her silken robes, she produces a map which she presses into your hand. You unfurl the parchment and study its contents, noting with dismay the great distance which separates the Nagoth forest from the city of Haggadah. So Haggadah's in that wasteland there. And we are here in Rosada. We're in Thas specifically. Come, you must rest before your journey to Talakos. I shall arrange for my Ukor to take you there after you have slept and recovered your strength. Soraka rises from her seat and bids you follow her to an adjoining room where there is food, a bath, and a comfortable bed. There she leaves you, returning to the table to consult its visions, while you try to relax despite the heavy sense of foreboding that haunts your mind. We get healed. Nice. It seems as if you have only just closed your eyes when you are woken from your sleep by the sound of Soraka's voice echoing in your mind. The time has come for you to begin your journey, Lone Wolf. Quickly you dress and gather together your equipment before joining her at the Table of Visions. I have chosen Tuktron, my most able and trusted Ukor captain, and a company of his best Thas guards to escort you to Talakos. He is familiar with the forest tracks of the Kat Trisect, and he will ensure that you do not lose your way. He'll die eventually, no doubt. She brings forth a black box inlaid with sparkling gems and unlocks it with a star-shaped key, which she wears on a slender chain around her neck. Take this, Lone Wolf, and keep it safe, she says, handing you a pyramid-shaped obsidian seal. The war against the Chaos Master has made the Melodorians suspicious of all save their own kind, and they are wont to attack anything they fear could be an agent of chaos. When you meet them, show them this seal and your safety will be assured. Do not speak of your quest to anyone except their leader, Lorcon Ironheart. Seek him out. In him you can place your trust. While you slept, we communicated with our minds, and he has vowed to help you find the Lawstones. She puts down the black box and gracefully walks towards the narrow exit from her chamber. In the room beyond, you see a stocky Ukor clad in polished bronze armor, waiting patiently for you to appear. There is Tuk Thron, she says fondly. He will be your guide. The creature brings herself stiffly to attention and salutes you with pride. I am honored to have been chosen, he says, using a language that approximates to your own. You return his salute, then bid your thanks and farewell to Soroka. You will succeed, she whispers as she kisses your cheek. You must succeed. May I have some better equipment, some money, some potions, some new clothing? No. It's your destiny. Bye! You leave Soroka's chamber and follow Tuk Thron as he leads you out of the tower and along a busy street towards the city's main square. 3 gleaming bronze chariots, each drawn by a team of strange horse-like creatures called Onipa, are ready and waiting to take you to Tulakos. They look pretty much horses. With the Ukor captain, you climb aboard the leading chariot and grab the handrail as its driver cracks his whip. The Onipa surge forward, and in a cloud of thick dust, the chariots race out of the city and along a stony road that cuts through the center of the valley beyond. 3 hours pass before you catch sight of a village on the road ahead. Tuk Thron grins and points repeatedly at his open mouth. You want to eat here? He says, shouting to make himself heard above the incessant rattling of the chariot wheels. Alright, let's make a save here, because the last 10 pages were just exposition again. Sure, let's go to the village. Tuk Thron slaps the driver's shoulder. Immediately, he hauls on the reins and pulls at a lever which activates the wheel brakes, bringing the chariot to a squealing halt. The others stop nearby, and the guards clamber down from the riding platforms unsteadily, their legs weak and trembling after hours of riding along the bumpy track. They are familiar with this village, and without hesitation, they head towards a thatched hut that is set back from the road. You accompany the captain and his driver into the hut, stooping to enter the Ukor-sized doorway. The villagers seem delighted to receive you as their guest and ply you eagerly with food and wine. One of them, an elderly female with kindly eyes, hobbles to your side and places a deck of cards on the table. She is teller of fortune, says Tuk Thron. You want she tell your fortune, yes? Sure, why not? A wide grin cracks the old Ukor's face. Awkwardly, she picks up the cards and shuffles them in her rheumatic hands before asking you to choose 3 of them at random. The cards you have drawn from the pack are marked with varied and colourful symbols. The first shows a bed, the second a young Ukor child, and the third a sword. The aged fortune teller weaves her crooked fingers around the cards. She mutters incessantly to herself, and Tuk Thron is obliged to act as her translator. She say you will dream of when you were young. In your dream, much will be made clear to you. This dream is good. It will help you grow strong and defeat your enemies. Okay. Fine. While you ponder the meaning of her reading, she retrieves her cards from the table and shuffles away to help her daughters gather the empty food bowls. Tuk Thron swallows the last of his delicious meal and rounds it off with a hearty belch. The Ukor villagers thank him, for it seems that such a reaction is the highest compliment one can pay after receiving Ukor hospitality. We can go now, yes? He says, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. You nod your reply, and he in turn barks an order to his company to return to their chariots. As your chariot pulls away from her village, the old fortune teller waves farewell, and you return her gesture with a smile. A few miles beyond the village, the road leaves the valley and crosses an open expanse of lush grassland. The hours roll by, and you watch the passing landscape with increasing wonder as you try to comprehend how it can thrive beneath a sunless sky. Slowly, the plain descends towards a wide river, sluggish with sediment and flanked by tall grey-green trees. A bridge spans the dark water, and the road continues beyond towards a line of hills. The bridge is built of stout timber, but as you draw closer to it, you sense that something is seriously amiss. You shout to Tuk Thron that you sense danger ahead, but a rack of spears has worked loose from its mounting, and in his struggle to tie it down, he does not hear your warning. You are now fast approaching the bridge, and the driver shows no intention of slowing down. If you wish to pull the brake lever, well, that would work, wouldn't it? If it's actually a brake. It's not going to be an accelerator, is it? Sure, let's pull the brake lever. There is a shrieking squeal as the wheels lock and the chariot slews violently across the road. How fast were we going? The driver fights to control his team by pulling on the reins with all his strength. But the heavy leather straps are caught among the traces and the Onopa do not respond. The chariot is out of control. Desperately, you cling to the handrail as one wheel rises and the platform begins to tilt. Praying never solves anything in this game. Let's leap from the chariot. You jump clear and hit the bank with a jolt that leaves you breathless. The ground is soft, but there are many boulders embedded with the rivers along the river's edge, and as you roll down the slope, you cannot avoid colliding with some of them. You claw the mud from your eyes to see the Onopa team veer away from the river just in time to save the chariot from a watery end. It comes to an abrupt stop within inches of the river's edge, and as you wade towards it, Tuktron and his driver appear above the rim of the platform and stare at you glassy-eyed with shock. The other chariots draw to a halt behind, and Tuktron's chariot is hauled out of the mud. As they are steering it back onto the road, you notice that the center of the bridge is damaged. Some of the planks have been torn up and left strewn across the surface, crudely disguising the gaping hole. Quickly, you rejoin Tuktron in the chariot and inform him of what you have seen. Tuktron and his driver jump down from the riding platform and run forward to examine the damage to the bridge. The other two chariots draw up on either side, and the Ukur wait patiently for their leader to return. Sure, we'll join him. Oh no. You've taken only a few steps across the weathered plank bridge when a terrifying howl echoes from the surrounding trees. With a feeling of cold dread, you spin on your heel to see a lumbering horde of twisted shapes staggering from the shadows. They appear neither human nor animal, but a hideous fusion of the two. Tuktron and the driver run past you, their crystal swords held ready to strike. "Help us, we must save Chariot or we are all dead!" He shouts over his shoulder. I'm not going to repair the bridge in the middle of a fight. Alright, we'll help him with the chariots. You reach the chariots just as the first wave of chaos creatures launch their attack. Raging viciously, they slaver in for the kill, fighting with fang and claw and yellowed tusk. A screaming horror, its body striped with ochre lines, leaps from the back of a startled Onopa and hurtles towards you with its crimson jaw gaping wide. You tense yourself in readiness to strike as its shadow falls upon your face. We took quite a beating there. Uh-oh. I should have healed. Uh-oh. You pull away from the dead Agta in time to avoid the murderous leap of a snarling dog-sized creature with large, bear-like paws. It hits the ground, then leaps again and hangs on your arm, its clawed feet raking emptiness as it tries to rip your stomach. You strike a blow that opens a ragged gash in its neck, but still it refuses to relinquish its grip and retaliates by sinking its fangs into your wrist. Nice! Tuktron runs to your side, his face and crystal sword spattered with the black blood of his foes. "Hurry! This fight lost. You go! Go now!" he snaps and points across the bridge to the hills beyond. A cursory glance confirms his grim statement. Only he and two of his guards remain standing, and one fights left-handed, his right arm swinging broken and useless by his side. The others, including all the Onopa, have been slain by the howling creatures of chaos. Reluctantly, you obey Tuk Thron's command and hurry across the bridge, whilst he and his brave Ukor guards fight to cover your escape. Not until you reach the first ridge of hills do you look back at the bridge, hoping to see Tuk Thron and his guards victorious. But your hope is in vain. All that remains alive at the bridge is a ghoulish grey horde of feasting Agtar. Shocked by your encounter with the Agtar, you make your way deeper into the hills, skirting the road in favor of the wooded slopes which offer good cover. Yet you keep the road in sight constantly to ensure that you are heading towards Tolakos. Your usual good sense of direction is vague and distorted, for in this region of the Dazian there are no sun, stars, or points of the compass by which to gauge your position. The hours pass uneventfully until you reach a place where the road runs alongside a pool of crystal clear water fed by a fast-flowing stream. 3 human-shaped warriors clad in armor are standing near the pool, scanning the woods while their shaggy black equine mounts drink their fill. Under cover of the thick undergrowth, you edge your way towards the road to a position opposite the 3 warriors. They are talking in whispers, but your sharp hearing picks up every word of a language you find easy to understand. They are Meladorian scouts who have been sent here to meet you en route. They are speculating on what has become of you and your chariot escort, now long overdue. You're about to break cover and introduce yourself when you notice something about them that swiftly changes your mind. Each warrior carries a small crossbow attached by a metallic sleeve to his right forearm. The sight of these weapons, which can be fired in an instant, convinces you that it would be wise not to startle these scouts. Let's call to them then. Your words have barely left your lips before they are answered by a volley of bronze tip bolts. Come on! Loosed in the direction of your voice. 2 cut through the foliage and speed past your head, but the 3rd is aimed lower and carves a neat notch from your thigh before disappearing into the ground. In the next instant, the scouts explode through the undergrowth and surround you, their crossbows ready to fire again should you attempt to resist. One leans forward and pulls you roughly to your feet, demanding that you identify yourself or suffer the consequences. You tell him who you are and suggest that he look in your pocket if he requires proof that you speak the truth. The scout removes the obsidian seal from your tunic pocket and studies it thoughtfully. Very well, he says, satisfied that you are the one they have been detailed to escort. We will take you to Lorcon Einhard. Did you have to shoot me? He pockets the obsidian seal. Wait, why can't I keep it? I need it. And motions you to approach his strange long-haired steed. Whatever. You ride Pilian behind the saddle, yet the creature's shaggy coat makes for a comfortable seat as the steed gallops like a racehorse along the winding hill road. Huge tree trunks flash past, a blur of grey and brown, and the hills gradually recede until the forest rules supreme. The scouts leave the road and follow a smaller track which delves deep into this majestic timberland. They slow their pace, feeling safer now that they are back in familiar territory, and soon you arrive at a clearing. Hundreds of Meladorian soldiers are encamped here inside a perimeter wall of earthen logs. A cordon of sentries patrols the wall. They are alert and nervous, their eyes scrutinizing every shadow. A wheeled barricade of sawn timbers protects the only entrance, and at your approach it is pushed aside to allow you entry. A small log cabin has been built at the heart of the tented encampment, and the scouts bring their steeds to a halt near its front door. Quickly they dismount and usher you inside to meet their leader. Seated before you at a desk lit by 4 candles, one set at each corner, are 2 pale-skinned Meladorian nobles. The flickering yellow flame glints on the fine antique workmanship of their armor and exaggerates the shadows that play on their faces as they argue their strategies for an impending battle. On seeing you enter, the conference is brought to an abrupt close. One of the officers bows and takes his leave, the other beckons a scout to approach the desk and makes his report. Briefly, the scout tells of how they met you and what has become of your Ukor escort. He shows the officer the obsidian seal given to you by Siroka before leaving the city of Thas. The officer clasps the pyramidal stone in the palm of his hand and stares directly into your eyes. A tingle of surprise prickles your skin when you return his gaze, for you notice that his eyes are misty blue, without whites or any obvious pupil. A gush of psychic energy floods your mind. It washes over your thoughts, searching for some evidence of hostile intent. You fight to resist this intrusion, and the wave quickly recedes, but it leaves you shivering with the chill of psychic shock. Come on, everyone keeps shocking my mind. Like, if you were to kill me with that psychic mind reading, you'd be so embarrassed. With a gesture of his hand, Lorcan Ironheart dismisses the scouts, and you are left alone in his company. So you are the Aeonian for which Mistress Soroka would have me postpone the war against Chaos, he says sardonically, reaching for a decanter of ruby red wine. He fills 2 crystal goblets and offers you one to you. Let us toast the success of your treasure hunt, he says, raising his glass on high. And to your triumph over Chaos, you add diplomatically. He smiles as he sips the bit of vintage, and you regard each other with thoughtful curiosity. He has a youthful face with high cheekbones, narrow jaw, and a thin, chiseled, aristocratic nose. His silver hair is a mass of silken threads flowing from beneath the rim of his ornate, conical helmet to fan across his wide shoulders and thick vermilion cloak. But it is his eyes that fascinate you most, for they are filled with knowledge and ancient wisdom. You talk at length about events which have brought you to the Naggoth forest in search of Lorcan's help, and in return he tells you of the dangers you may face at Talakos. From a gold-capped leather tube, Lorcan produces a map of the Naggoth, which details the location of his encampment, the burial grounds of Talakos, and the last known position of the Chaos Master's horde. The scale is measured in leagues, but you are able to calculate that Talakos lies only 10 miles from Lorcan's camp. What's a league? Is that 100 miles or something? Oh, it's 3 miles on land and 3 nautical miles at sea. You must leave as soon as possible if you are to be sure of reaching Talakos before it is claimed by the enemy, says Lorcan, pointing to the bold red line. This was drawn 3 hours ago. If the Chaos Master decides to advance, he is within 8 hours' march of the burial grounds. This means that in only the next 5 hours can you be sure to find Talakos unoccupied. I intend to march my army forward and hold Talakos, but I await reinforcements and I dare not move until they arrive. Therefore, I will provide you with a scout who knows the area well. He will guide you to your destination, the rest is up to you. Lorcan sends for the scout, a Meladorian called Odell. When he arrives, he just suggests that you visit the equipment tent before setting off through the forest. Absolutely. Right, we already got a backpack. So we can take another quiver. And a bunch of arrows. And these are just regular weapons. Alright. Odell replenishes his quiver of bolts that he carries on his hip and checks that the crossbow he wears strapped to his forearm is functioning properly. Satisfied, he folds away its hinged bow arms and then slips a brace of throwing knives into the tops of his boots. Are you ready? He asks as you finish adjusting your equipment. Yes, you reply confidently. Let's go. You leave the encampment by slipping over the perimeter wall and quickly merge like shadows into the thick forest beyond. The giant trunks support a canopy of dense foliage that blocks out most of the light and keeps the forest floor bathed in a perpetual twilight. A carpet of moss muffles your footfalls, and the only foliage that grows in abundance is a bushy velvet lichen patterned with orange-headed, tooth-sized growths. You sense immediately that the tiny orange growths are poisonous Ketu spore pods. If swallowed, or if the spores are allowed to infect the bloodstream, the toxin can kill in a matter of minutes. Sounds useful. Chuck away a meal. The cool gloom of the Naggoth forest floor seems to continue indefinitely. Then you arrive at a place where one of the massive trees has fallen and torn a gap in the canopy of leaves. There the gloom is brightened by a narrow column of light. That's Balin's bow, whispers Odal, pointing at the decaying trunk. Just another league and we'll be at Talakos. As you step into the pool of light surrounding the collapsed tree, you hear a faint tut, as if somebody nearby was spitting an insect from their mouth. Fear stabs your heart. You recognize the sound at once. It is the firing of a blowpipe. Pick a number from the random number table. Add 1 to this number for every discipline you possess over and above the first 3 skills. Whatever. Alright, we get the maximum anyway. Your reflexes save you from the deadly dart. It hisses past your head and buries itself harmlessly in the soft forest floor. Odell spins on his head and points at the canopy of branches with an outstretched arm. There is a metallic twang, and the steel drawstring of his crossbow propels its bolt deeply into the scaly belly of an Akhtar sniper perched high above. It utters a piercing shriek and tumbles to the ground with a sickening thud. You compliment your guide on his bow skill and join him as he moves forward to search the dead body. The greasy grey body is naked save for a loincloth of filthy animal hide, soaked with the black blood that gushed from its wound. In a taloned hand it grips the blowpipe, rudely fashioned from a Melodorian's thigh bone. Odell curses the dead spawn of chaos and rises to his feet, clearly disturbed by what he has seen. He suggests that you head for Talakos straight away. I'm actually getting tired of speaking. We'll see. We'll keep going. I might die soon anyway. How much health have we got? 17. We're managing to heal over the course of these pages where nothing's happening. There is a moment of cold fear when you first set eyes on the burial grounds of Talakos. An eerie blue glow cast by clumps of bacterial fungi illuminates a mist that seeps from the tombs and crypts of this ancient necropolis. The swirling vapor is contained by a wall which encircles the graveyard, although it is broken in many places where trees have displaced the mouldering stonework. With a weapon at the ready, you follow Odell towards one such gap in the wall, which is overshadowed by a great mausoleum. This is the Vault of Cedron, whispers Odell, as he clambers over the rubble and crouches beside its damp grey wall. Old King Kalon sleeps here. He removes a throwing knife from his boot, and with its tip he points to the other funeral landmarks of Talakos and identifies them one by one. That's the crypt of Juilor. Over there are the graves of the faithful, and there's Bailon's tomb. The Chaos Master and his minions have kept us away from here for nearly a generation, but Lorkhan is determined to wrest it from him and restore it to its past glory. Over there, near the center, is the Grand Sepulchre. That's where the bloodline of the Ironheart clan are laid to rest. You stare at this macabre building, and a powerful feeling electrifies your body. The Sepulchre is an imposing sight, yet it is not the grim splendor of its design that exhilarates you. You are ablaze with the realization that somewhere here, in the Grand Sepulchre of the Ironhearts, lie the last 2 lore stones of Nixata, the objects of your quest. I must search that tomb, you say, staring fixedly at the huge door that dominates the Sepulchre's blue-grey sculptured facade. Odell frowns and casts his eyes nervously at the surrounding mist. I cannot enter, he says. I am not of clan blood. If you choose to go through that door, you must go alone. Well, I'm not of clan blood either. You sense that nothing will induce Odell to break his clan law, but you are anxious not to lose a valuable guide. When I enter the Grand Sepulchre, will you wait for me here? You ask, hoping he will agree. Silently, he considers your request. Yes, he says, without enthusiasm, but search swiftly. The creatures of chaos are close. I can feel it in my blood. You exchange stern smiles, then hurry away through the knee-deep mists towards the great door. The portal is secured by a massive metallic lock, and engraved into its blackened surface is a quartered square. In 3 of the 4 quarters there are etched symbols, but the 4th quarter, which is formed of a soft clay-like substance, remains blank. Your basic Kai instincts tell you that the symbols are a clue to a Melodorian code that unlocks the great door. By inscribing the correct symbols in the soft surface of the blank square, you will cause the portal to open. Study the sequence carefully. Let me draw this, or just copy it, paste it into Paint. Alright. Yeah. Below are shown 4 groups of symbols, only one of which is correct. One group, which inscribed on the blank square, will open the lock that secures the great door. Study the symbols carefully and compare them with the other 3 groups in the illustration, accompanying entry. When you think you have found the group of symbols. Alright. I would think something like C. I think the top left and the bottom right have the same shapes in the same places. So do the bottom left and top right. When it comes to colors, the triangles are black in the right-hand side, and they're white in the left-hand side. Is that the rule? So what did I say? C? A soft whirring noise emanates from inside the lock, and then silently and effortlessly, the great portal swings open. With your nerves on edge, you enter the dark interior and follow a featureless corridor to another large but impressive door, which opens at your approach. A surge of damp air whips past you. Sucked into the chamber beyond, as the airtight seal is broken after many decades. Torches ignite spontaneously, and, for the first time in its long history, the secrets of the inner sanctum of the Great Sepulchre are revealed to the eyes of an Aeonian. At the center of the chamber stands the statue of a proud Meladorian warrior, clad in battle dress and with his sword raised in challenge. 7 closed caskets lie at his feet, with 7 more beside them, open and empty, awaiting future generations of the Ironheart clan. Here you can sense the presence of the Lawstones more strongly. Your skin tingles and your pulse begins to race, but despite your reactions, you can tell that they lie not within this chamber but somewhere nearby. Behind the tall statue, you discover a narrow stair that ascends to a circular portal in the ceiling. Close to the foot of the stairs, there is an arched door of sparkling blue metal. The Summer Sword? Really? Who still has the Summer Sword by this book? They'd have to. They would need to survive like 10 books without dying. When your shadow falls across the blue door, it begins to vibrate and the surface becomes pale and cloudy. You watch in amazement as the seemingly solid slab fades and then disappears completely. Beyond the empty arch, you now see a magnificent sight, a treasure vault stacked high with priceless artifacts of the Ironheart clan. Sure, let's enter. Filling the alcoves and lying on tables of solid silver in the center of the vault are huge piles of jewels, precious metals, and artifacts of breathtaking beauty. Never have you seen a wealth to rival the hoard surrounding you. We're rich! Open-mouthed, you wander between the tables, sifting and examining these objects that outshine the vivid brilliance of the rest. One unique item in particular fires your admiration, a mighty broadsword set with rubies, emeralds, and polished coralinium. All those rubies and emeralds will just make it worse. Like, get rid of that stuff. We need an effective weapon. Its size and weight are perfectly balanced, and as you raise it above your head, it hums with a potent magical force locked within its mirror-bright blade. Sure, why not? We'll take it. You leave the treasure vault and recommence your search for the Lawstones. You concentrate on the source of their radiant power, and your eyes are drawn inexorably towards the ceiling. Nothing stirs in these shadowy reaches, yet you sense that the Lawstones are here. Then you notice the stairs, and the circular portal, and at once you realize that they must provide access to the flat roof of the sepulchre. With your heart pounding in your chest, you race up the steps, confident of finding the two objects of your quest waiting for you on the roof. If you have this sword, immediately die option. That sort of did come up in one of the previous books when we fought the final boss. It said if you have the sword, turn to this page, and I looked it up, and apparently it makes the boss much harder, which is really dumb. So people who play the book had to chuck it on the floor or something before turning to that page. A lever operates the portal, and when you pull it, the circular hatch creaks open and a shaft of grey light washes over your head and shoulders. Your senses burn with expectation. You grip the rim and start to pull yourself through the hole, but a dark shadow and a cold wind sweep over you, making you flinch and fall back on the stairs. There is a loud crack, like a sharp clap of thunder. Then a terrible scream of agony echoes through the forest. Fear and anger grip your senses as you realize that you have just heard the dying scream of Odell, your guide. Enraged, you leap for the portal and pull yourself onto the roof, where the Lawstones and an unexpected enemy await you. Should we heal? Take the potion of Lomspur. Perched on a bough overhanging the roof is a gigantic black-winged bird. Seated on its back is a magnificent warrior dressed in scarlet silk and polished silver mail. His head is crowned by an elaborate helmet, its visor formed in the shape of a roaring dragon with jeweled eyes and fiery breath. The tangled branches prevent the bird from landing, but a rope ladder hangs from its saddle, and the warrior uses it to climb down onto the roof. He leaps the last few feet, and his landing disturbs the dense mist that carpets the surface, rolling it back to reveal two glowing golden spheres of crystal, each filled with fire, lying close to where he now stands. He crouches down, and your stomach churns with dread as you see him reach out to grab the golden lawstones. Use the bow. You draw an arrow and take aim as he stoops to snatch the lawstones with his gloved hands, but he is covered in heavy mail, and even at such close range there are few places where you can be sure that your arrow will pierce his armor. His eyes were exposed. Should we go for his eyes? You take aim at his right eye and release your shaft, but his reactions are lightning fast. He ducks and tries to deflect your arrow on the reinforced crown of his helmet. In spite of his attempts to deflect your arrow, it penetrates the cheek plate less than an inch below his eye. He bellows an agonized cry and wrenches the shaft from his face. Such fortitude is impressive, but you can tell that he has suffered a serious wound. Feverishly, he scoops the lawstones into a small velvet sack tied to his sword belt. Swiftly, you shoulder your bow and draw a hand weapon as you run forward to prevent his escape. Cursing vilely, he unsheathes a curvy-bladed sword and raises it to parry your first attack. You sense that he is a formidable fighter, but his wound has left him greatly weakened. His attacks are slow and erratic, and you are determined to exploit your advantage to the full. Okay, so we've hurt him. Breathless and bleeding, the warrior evades your skillful attacks by leaping for the rope ladder and holding fast. From there, he shouts a command, and the giant black bird takes to the air, lifting him off the roof. A wave of panic engulfs you. In desperation, you leap up and strike a blow at the velvet sack swinging from his belt. He tries to fend off your attack, but his position is precarious. Your blow strikes home, slitting open the velvet and gashing deep into the back of his gloved hand. He drops his sword, and one of the two lawstones tumbles from the sack and falls into the graveyard below, coming to rest close to the door of the sepulchre. Yet, he manages to save the second lawstone from falling, and with a parting curse you watch as he is lifted above the trees and carried away into the cold, grey sky. Peering over the parapet, you try to locate the lawstone, but it is impossible to see through the eerie blue carpet of grave mist. You're about to leave the roof when you hear a thrumming noise, like the sound of wild and discordant drumming. You peer in the direction of the noise and see a line of hulking shapes shambling towards the gaps in the perimeter wall. Instantly, you recognize them. They are Agtar, the hideous creations of the Chaos Master. Spurred on by anger and fear, you race through the inner sanctum of the Sepulchre and skid to a halt outside its great door. But we can't leave the Lawstone. Oh, we're heading towards it. There, shrouded in mist, you discover the body of your guide, his chest torn open and blackened by a bolt of power that claimed his life. You kneel to close his sightless eyes and immediately sense that the Lawstone is close at hand. Guided by instinct, you race towards the Lawstone, but as you are running past the entrance to a crypt, you are set upon by a pair of snarling chaos creatures. -3. Okay, that's not too bad. You are in combat with 2 Agtar scouts who are determined to fight you to the death. Ooh. Why couldn't we have had that first? Alright, so we're on 17 health. Not too bad. You leap over the bodies of the dead, Agtar, and press on with your search. Ahead, you see a glimmer of gold in the pale blue luminescence, and you thrust your hand towards it into the mist. A tingling sensation runs the length of your arm, filling your body with an incredible sense of strength and well-being as you close your hand around the Lawstone and hold it up before your eyes. We fully heal. The golden glow fades as the wisdom contained within the Lawstone is infused into your being. Your spirit soars, but you do not allow your euphoria to blind you with the danger that is closing on Tlaakos. You turn and run back towards the entrance to the Grand Sepulchre. Mosquito. Where'd he go? Can't see him. He keeps camouflaging himself against my laptop. The toe of your left boot is cut through, but fortunately your foot has escaped without a scratch. Cautiously, you try to locate what caused such a vicious cut and discover the Scarlet Warrior's curvy blade sword. Sure, why not? We'll keep it. You raise the sword and essay a cut or two to assess its worth. It is a fine weapon, skillfully crafted by an expert smith. Its hilt is bejeweled with emeralds, and the curvy blade is engraved with a spectacular fiery dragon. At once you recognize the design, and your hopes of retrieving the last Lawstone are revived. It is identical to the symbol you first saw in the Table of Visions, the mark that emblazoned the stone gate of Haggadar. You focus your Kai skills on the blade, and they confirm your suspicions. The Scarlet Warrior came from Haggadar, and it is to that distant city that his black-winged mount is now returning with the last Lawstone of Nyxator. But it's just a regular sword. They were making out like it was a special sword, but it's just a normal sword. What's the point? From the depths of the Nagoth forest crawls a nightmare army of gibbering chaos creatures. They are directed by one sinister being, and are all obedient to his silent command. You run towards the Sepulchre with terror in your heart as their writhing shapes pour through the gaps in the perimeter wall in ever-increasing numbers. You evade their spears and stones, but as you reach the great door, you are confronted by 3 tentacled horrors, wearing heavy armor strapped to their warty hides. Their bloated bodies fill the doorway and prevent you from entering. Your senses tell you that Lorkhan Ironheart's army is within a league of Tlaakos, and will be here within the hour. Until then, you must find somewhere safe from the Chaos Horde, or you will be overwhelmed and destroyed by sheer weight of numbers. Quickly, you scan the surrounding crypts and note that, with the exception of the Grand Sepulchre and Balon's tomb, they are all in a state of ruin. Fine, let's hide in Balon's tomb. Oh, another one of these puzzles. As you run across the tangled and broken ground towards Balon's tomb, you are assailed by 2 Akhtar wielding large chunks of masonry. Swiftly you dispatch them with 2 well-placed bows and reach the tomb unscathed. There you find that the lock which secures the door is similar in design to that of the Grand Sepulchre. As before, there are 3 groups of symbols and 1 blank square, although the symbols inscribed here are quite different from those that confronted you at the Grand Sepulchre. They look like this. Below are... Alright. I think the L piece would be either A, B, or C. It seems like you just flip it across the diagonal. So A, B, or C. The triangle there's no triangle option. So the shape is always opposite the L piece diagonally. So it's either A or B. And what shape would it be? I don't think it'd be a circle. Square? So B? Why would it be a square though? Yeah, I think B. B, I mean, a circle seems a bit... These are all straight line things, so I don't think a circle would come into this. So it's got to be a square, and I think the L piece has got to be that angle, so yeah, B. I don't really understand the puzzle though. A loud click issues from the lock, and the portal creaks open to reveal a long, dark corridor. Quickly, you step inside and swing shut the heavy door to deny entry to the screaming horde of chaos creatures assembling outside. Tubes of green glass set into niches in the wall cast a faint glow by which you can see your way to the chamber at the heart of the tomb. Here lie the remains of Balon, ancient ruler of Melador, encased in a sarcophagus of gleaming, gem-studded silver. To the rear of the chamber you notice a stair that ascends to the ceiling where, like the Grand Sepulchre, there is a circular portal that gives access to the roof. Let's search the chamber. The chamber is filled with valuable tapestries and furnishings, but there is little that can be carried out with ease. Certain that you have overlooked nothing of practical value, you head for the roof in order to spy on the surrounding chaos creatures. As you look down from the parapet, you are greeted by a stirring sight. Lorkhan Ironheart's army is surging to Tolakos, transforming the chaos-choked grounds into a raging battlefield. At their head you see Lorkhan, his silver armor and scarlet cloak tarnished with black blood, striking at the enemy with blurring speed and deadly accuracy. He leads a massive wedge of Meladorian warriors whose faces and armor are painted with magical runes to ward off the creatures of chaos. The Akhtar melt before them, like ice before fire, and flee in panic to the dark safety of the Nagoth. The Meladorians give a rousing cheer of victory to speed the enemy's retreat, but their jubilant cries are soon stifled when, from the depths of the forest, they are answered by a thunderous roar. God, so much reading! Give my throat a break. Something huge and deadly is striding towards Tolakos. The ground trembles beneath its step, and the air is filled with sounds of great destruction. The crack and groan of sundered trees and the thunderous growls of a gigantic beast grow steadily louder driving many of Lorkhan's soldiers to the brink of despair. Desperately, he tries to rally them, but his voice is lost in the deafening noise. Oh, is it a tree monster? Is this that bit in the Two Towers? Lord of the Rings? Suddenly, a gap appears at the forest's edge as effortlessly a pair of stout trees are pushed apart by monstrous hands. No, it's not a tree monster. Morbid terror grips the Meladorians, and a few stand their ground when they see the awesome visage of the Chaos Master looming 30 feet above. You look upon his massive naked body and feel sickened by what you see. His features are in a constant state of flux, dissolving, merging, and melting into new and ever more hideous shapes. Only Lorkhan appears unmoved by this dreadful sight. He raises his sword and challenges the evil being to single combat, but his brave words are met with a howl of derision. "You would challenge a god?" speaks the Chaos Master, his mocking voice unbearably loud. Lorkhan remains undaunted by his enemy and repeats his call to combat. The Chaos Master laughs. "Ha! Then let us begin. For though our sport shall be but a brief affair, I will delight in killing such a righteous fool as thou, Lorkhan." With terrifying ease, the Chaos Master uproots a tree, pares away the branches with the edge of his hand, and then wields it like a gigantic club. He strides forward, pursuing Lorkhan in a grim game of cat and mouse that leaves a trail of destruction wherever they go. The Meladorian relies on luck and fleetness of foot to avoid the crushing blows, but his luck and skill do not last indefinitely. He slips and falls near the wall of his crypt on the roof of which you are crouching. The Chaos Master bellows with glee and strides forward, his club raised to crush Lorkhan to an unrecognizable pulp. His loathsome shoulders draw level with the parapet, and as he steadies himself for the coup de grace, he comes within an arm's length of your position. We do have the broadsword. -10? Swiftly you draw the broadsword over your head and take aim at the Chaos Master's heart. Yet even as you make your lunge, he catches sight of you and twists to avoid your thrust. The sharp blade opens a fearful gash in his side, but it misses its vital target. With a roar of agony, the evil god staggers back, dropping his club as he clasps his side. Pain swiftly turns to a rage that fills him with a lust for vengeance, and with a hideous scream he lunges at you with his gore-stained hands. So we get 8 combat skill points from the broadsword, but we're still at -10? What? This isn't possible. Even if you had, like, all the skills. Like, what? Oh, they're just trolling us. There's gotta be a way around that fight. Like, this is what he's like when he's badly wounded. I don't know if you saw DJ, but when I first started this book, oh, we can just go to that page now. Let me update my counter. They have a warning. Let me just pick something. Where is the warning? Next page, probably. Probably next page then. Where was that warning? It's a footnote, so... Here we go. After you've already chosen all your skills and stuff, they give you a footnote. This isn't... I don't think this was written by the author. These footnotes are clarifications that are usually errata or just written by the community. Due to several unavoidable difficult combats in this book, it is practically impossible for a new or average, what does average even mean, character to complete this adventure successfully. Even a character with optimal choices of equipment and disciplines and the highest possible scores for combat skill and endurance will have a difficult time with this adventure. Doesn't offer any workaround or like suggestion here. It just says you're not going to beat this, basically. Oh my god. I don't know what they mean by average character, but like if you die, then you become a new character, right? If you're following the rules, you don't get. If I've understood this all correctly, if you die, you have to be a new character. That's been my understanding all along, and it seems to be the way this is programmed. So yeah, I think the way to beat this book is bring a master from book 1. Yeah. But even then, the best you can be is just have every skill, and the only ones which affect your combat are the ones I've already picked mostly. You could have the Summer Sword with you. Maybe that would be good against the big tree-wielding monster. But other than that, you don't actually get many good weapons in the game. Like, they like giving you potions and stuff. But you'd have thought they'd give you interesting weapons that have, you know, +2 or something. Like, just... But most of the time you just get normal weapons. Or you get special weapons, but the special weapons on their own don't do anything. It's just at certain times it says if you have this weapon, go here. But they don't have a default, like, you know, like in like Dungeons and Dragons or something, where it's like a +2 mace or something, which would be really good. You don't get things like that, which is a shame. Would you actually rank up if your character survives? Yeah, if you survive a book, you rank up for the next book, and if you survive books sequentially, then you would be a high rank. So you would be, like down here somewhere, and what that would open up for you is you would get more skills, but a lot of them aren't directly combat related. Psy Surge is, but that guy was immune to Psy Surge. Of course he was. All the best bosses are. Like, I've got the most important ones, which are Weapon Mastery and Curing and Hunt Mastery. And if you get lots of skills, you can complete these circles, which is useful. But each circle only really gets you a +1 combat. Unless you do this one, which gets you +3, but that means you have to do all 4 of these. You'd have to survive several books for that. And if you rank up high, then some of your skills upgrade. But in most cases, it's not combat related. This one is. So if you rank up twice... Oh, well that's not much good. That just says, if you don't have a weapon, then you can fight unarmed at -2 instead of -4. Okay, fine. Well, I usually have a weapon. Yeah, these are mostly not combat related. Put out fires. Okay, cool. More accurate when using missile weapons. Alright. So if you're Sionkai, you get 4 at +4 instead of +3. So that's 1 extra combat skill. Alright, fine. It's not that much, but it would help. Yeah, so that is just you're not really realistically you're not beating that boss. Even 50% of the time. way less than that, even if you were fully ranked up. Like, alright, I'll stop there. Next time, we're gonna have fun, aren't we? Like, if I'll just have to try and find a way around him. Otherwise, we just save scum that fight and try it over and over again immediately until we happen to kill him, because it's probably possible at -10. If we can manage to make it -9 or -8 somehow, that'd be better. But we don't have that potion that does that. I mean, -6 I've managed in the past, but usually that's if they have 30 health. So, I don't know. I mean, we can look at the chart. So, when you're at -10 or -9, you're in this column here. So they have a 1 in 10 chance of just insta-killing you. And in the best case for you, you do 7 damage. In the worst case, they just insta-kill you, so it's not good. Like, after a few rolls, you're probably gonna die. If I could push that to -8, if we can manage to get it to -8, then at least we don't get the insta-kill. So we lose 8 health at worst, and we do 8 damage at best. So that's actually evens. Mostly. That's kind of... So, interestingly, -8, -7 is actually kind of evens. But you don't want to take many evens fights, because eventually you'll lose anyway. So it's not great, but that's actually doable. Except, of course, he has double my health. That's the problem, I guess. So it's not evens from that respect. But in terms of damage dealing, we're kind of even. But I don't see how we can even get it to -8. Ugh. Fun. I really hope they rein it in a bit and bring this back to the difficulty level of the first 5 books, because it's getting a bit silly. Like, I'm just, like, at this point, I'm basically just save scumming, and I guess that's what people did when they had the physical book, because it takes more time to flick through pages than, you know, what I have here. But I was hoping I could get through this series without following the rules exactly as is, but that seems impossible. And of course, we're giving ourselves max combat skill every turn, every run. Have to. Like, rolling the dice for your combat skill at the beginning doesn't even make sense anymore. Like, it might have done in the first few books where they actually gave you branches and different options and ways to avoid combat. But here it's unavoidable combat, so you can't play unless you have max skill. Well, definitely some oversights in this series, but oh well. I wonder if they had like if he held like a premium helpline you could call if you need help with a book, like in those old adventure games. I could just copy and paste all the pages into like a zip file, give them to ChatGPT, have him analyze it, and tell me what the best path is. Alright, no, I think it's doable, that boss. At the very least, if we have to save scum it from the point we start the fight. We did start at full health, so at the very least, that can be done, but it won't be fun, but it can be done. So yeah, next time. We'll do that. But tomorrow, we have Advent of Code starting, so I probably won't have time to do any of this, although I would like to finish off the Magna Chi series, and that is, like, where are we right now? Let's have a look. We're on the Prisoners of Time, and there's one more book after this, so I'll try and squeeze them in until I finish off the Magna Chi series, and then we'll put this to rest for a while, until we come back in the future with Grandmaster and onwards. So we can say we're halfway. Except we're technically not halfway. It's 29 books, but halfway through the chapters at least. Because Grandmaster sort of gives you a fresh start-ish. And if you consider the map, like, look how much detail on how many towns are listed here. And we've only visited a tiny fraction of this world. Yet all these things actually have names. So, like, are some of these later books gonna be longer and visit more places? Because look at all these named places. Alright. That's 500 miles. So, that's like 3,000 miles high. Alright. Alright, see you next time, Lone Wolf. Welcome back to Lone Wolf, The Prisoners of Time. Probably the third stream I've done of this book. It is, I guess, the toughest book so far. They even warned us at the start, this book is impossible. So, and we just reached, last time we reached the boss. It's probably not even the final boss, but it was a boss. And he had a ridiculous combat score. Like, I don't know what the author was thinking. Alright, so let's have another go. Right. Oh, get the death counter up. Everyone can see my shame. There we go. Okay, so we've reloaded from this point here, where we've just been given a mission, and a map. So we are in Thas, and we got to get to Haggadar to get the Lore Stones. Yeah, we actually got one of them last time. So, where are we? So we're on the road. I guess we can stop for a meal. I don't see any harm in doing that. Oh, we got a different fortune this time. Cards you have chosen have 3 colorful symbols embossed on their leather-like surface. The first shows a blackbird, the second a tree, and the third shows 2 swords crossed over a blazing fire. The old Ukor traces a crooked finger around the cards and mutters continually under her breath. Thuktoron leans forward and tries to translate her mumblings. She say that you have an enemy in the skies. He come to nest in trees and fight with you. He not win fight, but you not win fight either. You must beware this enemy, for he will not rest until you die. So neither of us will win the fight. Did we have this already? Alright, and then we carry on. Oh, and then we're about to go off the edge of the bridge. This time, let's just tell Tuktron. Oh, okay. So should we just stay in the wagon and see what happens? The Onipus slides stiff-legged down the slippery bank, and the chariot slews violently to the left before coming to a halt within a few inches of the river's edge. Shaken but otherwise unharmed, Tuktron and his driver open their eyes and stare down at the murky water, scarcely able to believe that they are still dry and in one piece. The other chariots draw to a halt behind, and Tuktron's chariot is hauled out of the mud. Within minutes, you are back on the road, close to the approach ramp to the bridge. Looking ahead, you notice that the center of the bridge is damaged. Some of the planks have been torn up and strewn across the surface at random, crudely disguising a gaping hole. Quickly, you point out the damage to Tuktron. It's a trap! We'll stay in the chariot this time. Alright, shouldn't be too bad. And then the hound. Alright, and then get away. And then we meet these guys. Step out this time. As before, this time they don't shoot us, that's nice. Give them the obsidian seal, they know who we are, they bring us to Lorkhan. Lorkhan, sends us to Talakos. We can check on the equipment. It's not really that much. We can take a quiver and arrows. That's it, really. We can take these spores as well. Alright, and then the blowpipe. A sharp pain in your forehead is followed immediately by a swirling rush of nausea. You swoon and crash heavily behind the trunk of the fallen tree as dizziness robs you of your balance. You have been struck in the head by a blowpipe dart, which is coated with deadly, fast-acting venom. You just die? It's 0 to 3? That's like almost 50% chance of dying. What the f... The sickness and nausea begin to subside, but they are replaced by a fearful numbness that drains the strength from your limbs. Odell's face and the dark canopy of branches swirl and grow dim as the deadly poison paralyzes your heart. Painlessly, you slip into the timeless oblivion of death. Yeah, whatever. Alright, reload a saved game because I'm starting the game again. What happens if I don't go for a meal? If you have the Magna Pike Discipline of Curing. But I do have the Magna... What? I do have it. What? Alright, is this bugged? Oh my god, what's... It's bugged or something. Start. Open a new tab. It clearly says we have curing. What's the other file we have? So, we'll see if this works. So we're a bit behind, but we can just quickly catch up. Alright, let's make a save here. Let's see if this worked. Where's the... What? What happens if we don't have this skill? And then it doesn't even recognize that we have hunting skill as well. Oh, no, this on this occasion... Okay, so that's not bugged here. Maybe it's just that one page is bugged. I don't know. Alright, I think we're in a new place. A few miles beyond the village, the road leaves the valley and crosses an open expanse of lush grassland. The hours roll by and you watch the passing landscape with increasing wonder as you try to comprehend how it can thrive beneath a sunless sky. Slowly, the plain descends towards a wide river, sluggish with sediment and flanked by tall, grey-green trees. The bridge spans the dark water, and the road continues beyond towards a line of hills. The bridge is built of stout timber, but as you draw... Oh, we've been here before, and it's the bridge, isn't it? Can we try and steer away? I think it doesn't really matter what we do. We always end up, like, at this point. Stay in the chariot. I think it's... gives us better combat. I don't know. Alright. Okay, so it recognized that we have curing there. So it's just that one page was bugged. Alright. You dive behind the trunk, but you feel a stinging sensation as the blowpipe dart scratches the side of your neck. A wave of nausea churns your stomach and your throat becomes painfully tight, restricting your breathing and causing your pulse to race. Odell appears at your side and wipes the scratch with a handful of fungi culled from the bark of Balan's bough. Swiftly, the frightening effects of the poison subside as the healing properties of the fungi take effect. Sure, we'll keep some of this. Odell sits beside you with his back to the trunk while he sets the metal crossbow that is strapped to his forearm. Oh, we've already read these bits. Okay. And then we enter the building, the Vault of Cedron. And then... Oh, we have to do this puzzle. Okay. It was... C? Yeah. And what? Treasure vault, yeah, sure. This is where we get the broadsword. Kind of need that. We'll fire at him. Fire at his throat. Is that what we did before? -4. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then we pick up the Lore Stone. Oh no, we have to fight the scouts. Okay. Okay. And then we pick up the Lore Stone and we heal to full. Should we make a save here as well? Because, like... Oh, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's much branching that could have happened before we got here. And we're now, like, we restored to full health. So we don't have to repeat all that again. I mean... Yeah, why not? Because, I mean, we have to get past that boss, and that boss is ridiculous, so... Alright. So we get the Scarlet Warrior's weapon. There's no point taking it. And then we get one of these tentacle creatures. We have Hump Mastery, so we can go here. Okay, so last time we went to the Balon's tomb. So instead we could go to the other, the Grand Sepulchre. Combat ratio 11, okay. The three creatures bellow and growl as your blows find their way between their plates of armor, and they retaliate by lashing you with their suckered tentacles. Their attacks are ill-aimed and clumsy, but wherever one of their rubbery limbs touches your body, it leaves an angry red wheal. Okay, we one-shotted them. So that was a lie. They never touched us with their tentacles. As the last of your foul enemies falls dead at your feet, you sheathe your weapon and drag their blood-spattered corpses away from the great door. Then you push closed the heavy portal making sure that it is secure before climbing to the stair to the roof. Oh, and then we see the battle. And then we see the boss. And then we have to fight this battle. Okay, so this always brings us here. Minus 10 is just stupid. So, just... What? They don't give you any interesting options, like to poison him or something. I don't know. You just have to fight him. And the broadsword is giving us +8. It would have been minus 18. That's ridiculous. And he's badly wounded. Oh my god. Dead. This sucks. Wait, what if we... Okay, what if we... I just want to see what happens if we don't have the broadsword. Is it going to troll us and it's actually an easier fight? Like... That happened with the summer sword before. So let's... Throw the sword on the floor. Chaos Master catches a glimpse of you crouching behind the parapet and diverts his aim from Lorcan Ironheart. With malicious glee, he slams his great club down upon the roof, and in a terrifying moment, you are crushed to death. You literally, you have to have the bloody broadsword. You can't fight him without it. Also, that's 2 deaths we have to add. This is... Okay, so we have to save scum that. Like, that fight. Like, this no... This whole stream is just going to be me, like, trying to save scum around these stupid mechanics. Alright, so this sword is pointless. What was in Balon's tomb again? Alright, we'll go there again. Oh, we have to do another of these. Oh, it was B, wasn't it? Investigate the sarcophagus. Carefully, you prise open the heavy silver lid and stare at the shrunken remains of Lord Balon. He lies on a mattress of diamonds and gemstones, his yellowed bones encased in ornate burial armor, and by his side rests a massive two-handed sword. Its blade of solid gold is inscribed with a long list of battle honors and deeds of valor. You sense that this weapon is purely symbolic, a replica of his true sword, for its soft gold blade would never hold a keen edge or withstand the rigors of battle. You're about to close the lid when you notice something else lying next to the sword, a silver flask. You pull its stopper and discover that it contains a wine that smells fresh and wholesome. Fine, we'll drink some of the wine. It just heals, alright. Yeah. When we start the battle with full health, but... Okay, it's something. Right, so we're at full health. So we have to do this option. So we just have to fight this fight, and there's no way to improve it. Minus 10. Oh boy. Alright, we'll save scum this then. This is so badly written, this book. Alright, let's go. One death. This could take a lot of deaths. Two deaths. Three deaths. Four deaths. How? 5 deaths. How could anyone get this through this whole book? Six deaths. Seven deaths. Eight deaths. It can't be done. What are we supposed to do? Was that 8? Yeah, 8 deaths. Yeah, more like that. Come on. 9 deaths. How would you play the whole thing? 10 deaths. Eleven deaths. Twelve deaths. Thirteen deaths. 14 deaths. 15 deaths. We got one shotted, for fuck's sake. 15 deaths. 16 deaths. What else could we have done here? Deaths. We never even get him below 30. We're not going to be able to kill him. That's, what, 17 deaths? $18 deaths. $19 deaths. 20. Alright, let's have a think about this. Either we have to save scum the individual turns of the battle, which is stupid that we would have to do that, but that's apparently the only way to get past it, or... Okay, let's just look up if there's a different way around it, because this book is just... I'm getting fed up of this book. So it's... Prisoners of Time. Where are we? Okay. Summer Sword, Ironheart Broadsword, 200, page 200. Is that where we are? 204. Where's 204? Oh. Are we too far forward? 204. I just can't. That's the start of the book, right? Let's see. He's got combat skill 38. Oh, these are not numbered. Oh, I see. Here we are. Oh my god, it's towards the end of the game. Oh, don't look down there. That's depressing. All right, so 84. CS 38. Endurance 46. No. That's not it. Skill 38. Endurance 54. 38, 54. Well, this flowchart's really 38, 54. Just want to know if there's a way around it, or we have to save scum this. Oh, this flowchart isn't complete. Where is the... I think this is it here. CS 40. But that doesn't look right. Maybe this is a updated edition of the book or something, so it's not 40. So if you have Summer Sword... Oh my god, he's stronger if you have the Summer Sword. What is... Wow. Alright, fine. So... Literally the only way past this is ideally to have the Ironheart Broadsword and then fight him. Oh my god. Okay, now we know. What do we do? We just have to cheat. Like... Like, did anyone... Let's see what people are saying about this book. I need to work out something here, because it's really badly explained. Should we have AI try and work this out? I don't know if it will. Lone Wolf Game Book Series. If you die in a book, do you have to start that book from beginning rank without any of your past inventory? That's the way I've been playing it. Without keeping any progress, yeah. Start the book again with the same stats and inventory you had when you began that specific... What? Oh, so you're allowed to... Oh my god. Let's read what people actually do. Create a new character and go back to book 1. Create a new character without... Create a new character without previous books, skills, objectives, and restart same book. That's what the rule says you're supposed to do. Only one person's doing that? Reanimate your current character and start the book over as if you hadn't run it yet. That's what everyone's doing? Okay, but what is the actual rule? Why can't it just be written clearly in English? In the book. It doesn't really say. The FAQ. Alright, let's have a look at the FAQ. Where's the FAQ? Alright. Here's the FAQ. It doesn't say. I don't know what to do then. I mean, and not that... Okay, the answer to this question doesn't actually matter, because I've already lost all my stuff anyway. Alright, Reader's Handbook. Oh, this is this page. Alright, where was that? Why can't someone just answer the question? What is the actual rule? I don't care what you like to do. I just want to know what the actual rule is, and then I'll decide what I like to do. God, why can't anyone just answer the question? Alright, whatever. Restart this book from section 1. Restart this book and redo pre-book setup. This is basically what I have in front of me because I'm using the website. The problem is... Alright, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, we just have... The only thing we can do really is save scum each individual hit strike here. So, let's try that. So, if we manage to hit him... No. Then we just die, basically. That's a death. That's one death. Alright, try again. We just want to hit him and not take any damage. Even that's not good enough. We can't sustain that. That's 2 deaths. Three deaths. Four deaths. Oh, 5 deaths. Six deaths. Come on, can we even hit him once? Like, without taking damage. This is the only way of... getting past this point. 7 deaths. Eight deaths. Fucking mosquito. Oh, I almost got him. Oh my god, 4 7s in a row. Oh my god. What are we on? 3 health. So that was 8 deaths. Let's just add those. We actually got it legit. A million restarts. Without having to save scum the individual turns. We'll make a save here as well. As your blade cleaves his black heart in two, the Chaos Master gives voice to an unearthly howl, loud enough to waken... Oh, he bit me! Mosquito! Oh my god, I see him. Hang on. Nope. It's dirt. His great body stiffens and his skin writhes and shimmers, making it impossible to discern any detail. Then suddenly it fades until all that remains to record that he ever existed is the lingering stench of his spilt blood. Lorcan and his Meladorian troops are overjoyed to have witnessed the spectacular defeat of the Chaos Master, for your victory has rid them of their greatest enemy. They call to you to come down from the roof, and when you appear at the doorway, they shower you with praise. We owe you more than our lives, Aeonian, says Lorcan, his strange blue eyes aglow with admiration. Your great deed has saved our realm and put an end to the plague of chaos that would have corrupted us all. We are forever in your debt. As he shakes your hand, he notices the blade with which you dispatched the Chaos Master. It is a good omen for my clan that the sword you used to banish the evil one was forged by my ancestors. I am doubly proud that it served you well, but now it must return to the Grand Sepulchre, for such is our law. I still haven't finished my quest. What? Do you want me to save your world? Lorcan orders that the word of the victory be sent immediately to his people, and commands that a celebration be held in your honor. But the urgency of your quest prompts you to forego the festivities and begin your journey to Haggadar at once. Can I please take that broadsword with me? Lorcan understands your need to make haste and offers to help you by assigning another scout to guide you through the Naggoth to the plain of Guaco. I just realized something. I didn't have broadsword skill. We were fighting with a broadsword. That gives us +8. But we didn't have broadsword weapon skill. So we actually would have had a +3 if I had broadsword weapon skill. So there was a way around that. But that would turn your skill from +10 to -10 to -7, which is actually more doable. Interesting. Yeah, sure, we'll take his help. Your new scout's name is Ark, a wiry Meladorian with steely grey hair and a lean, scraggy face. He is an expert woodsman, and with his help you are able to avoid all contact with marauding remnants of the Chaos Horde. The journey to the edge of the plain of Guaco takes nearly 100 hours, during which time you are able to conserve your food supplies by living off the land. In fact, so bountiful is the Naggoth forest that you are able to gather a surplus of food equal to 3 meals. You share a meal with Ark and bid him farewell. Then you check your equipment and consult your map before setting off with trepidation across the barren plain of Guaco. plain of Guacor stretches to the cloudy horizon like a vast sea of dust, broken only occasionally by a boulder or clump of higher wire-hard scrub. It is a drear panorama, a land once rich and fertile, murdered by the curse of chaos. It instills in you a feeling of dread uncertainty at first, but as you trudge each weary mile, it slowly strengthens your determination to fulfill your quest. For the fate that has befallen Guacor will befall Summerlund if you fail to find the last Lordstone and return to defeat Dark Lord Knag. Shortly after your second stop for rest, you hear a sound far to your right. A tiny speck in the grey sky grows steadily larger until at last you are able to discern its shape. A cold chill runs down your spine when you recognize its dragon-like features. It is a Zenga, the Scourge of Guacor. Let's hide, I guess. There are very few places on this desolate plain that offer cover from the air. You run towards the nearest, a group of boulders, and curl up among them in the hope that you will escape the Zenga's wicked gaze. We don't have invisibility. The fearsome Zengar swoops low over your position, raising a cloud of dust that fills your nose and eyes with grit. You cough and blink the dust away, and as the cloud begins to settle, you see that you have attracted the beast's attention. It has landed nearby and is poised to exhale its fiery breath. Desperately, you dive to avoid the searing gout of smoky yellow flame that pours from the Zengar's mouth. Your lightning reactions save you from a roasting, and as you roll to your feet, you are able to unsheath the weapon and advance on the beast unobserved. Minus 12! Come on, why are you doing this? I can't. How is that computed? That's as good as we can get it. What? And we're on low health as well. How? There must be a way to avoid that fight altogether. All right. Use the bow, why not? Your arrow flies straight and true. It pierces the Zengar's eye and sends it soaring upwards into the sky, screeching an agonized cry across the desolate plain. At the top of its arc, it breathes its last fiery breath, then plummets to the ground with a resounding crash. Wow, just headshotted it. That works. After your encounter, you stop to rest less frequently. Mile after mile, you plod on mechanically, only half aware of the lifeless landscape through which you move. Fatigue dulls your senses, and you cannot recall the exact moment you entered the Neverness. Like a dream, it is as if you've always been here. Clouds swirl beneath your feet, yet they support your weight. You float in a sea and sky of grey light, without horizon or boundary, a limitless eternity of space. There are distant sounds like muffled voices, but when you strive to understand them, they fade and you cannot catch the words. Time passes, yet time is meaningless, for you cannot tell the order in which events are taking place. From out of the swirling wisps of cloud, 3 globes of darkness arise. They swim closer, hovering to and fro, evolving into the forms of black-hooded riders on demon steeds. Leering skulls peer from the shadow of their cloaks, and you see your own eyes reflected in their bony sockets. A freezing blast of psychic force lances through your mind, filling your head with intolerable pain. You reel from this unexpected assault and fight to regain control over your shaking limbs. Come on! The shadowy riders raise their black hands, and spears of blue fire appear suddenly in their fists. They scream an earthly cry as they brandish these crackling lances, then they level them at your chest and charge forward to ride you down. Is that... Alright, we gotta bring the flowchart up again. Like, is this avoidable? Like, I'm just cheating at this point. This is so so terrible. Let me just get through this game. Where's the... Alright. So we are... Okay, so we did that, and now we're here. One D... What? I don't know what I'm reading here. Alright, well, it looks like there are ways around it. Did I add a dash? 51. Let's try the different options. We could try go alone. After snatching a few hours' sleep, you bid Lorkhon and his warriors farewell and set off into the Nargoth forest. Guided by the map given to you by Seroka, you follow an old timberland path that has never before felt the tread of a man. This track leads to a place where the trees are twisted and gnarled into every conceivable shape. Some look like bent old men, others have straight trunks and curly branches, yet others are coal black and petrified like fossils. As you continue along the track, the strange trees make you feel uneasy, doubly so because they are totally motionless. Soon you come to a clearing where a large borehole has obliterated the path. You decide to investigate the hole, and as you peer into the blackness, you hear a thin, wailing cry far below. Sure, let's shout into the hole. As the sound of your voice begins to fade, a whirling streak of shining silver emerges out of the darkness. The sudden rush of wind knocks you backwards, and you see, soaring on wide gossamer wings, a huge, worm-like monstrosity take to the air. It circles the clearing and then swoops down to attack you with its sword-sharp fangs. Well, let's use the bow. Your arrow is well aimed and deadly effective. It enters the creature's mouth, skewers its heart, and sends it spinning wildly into the trees amid a spray of foul green blood. Without waiting to discover if it was the only one of its kind, you shoulder your bow and hurry away from the clearing. At length you emerge from the twisted trees of the Chaos Zone and follow the track as it wends its way through the Nargoth forest beyond. Your journey passes slowly and without incident until after countless hours of travel you arrive at the edge of the plain of Guakor. Rather than attempting to cross the barren plain immediately, you decide to rest here and continue after some much-needed sleep. 10 hours later you wake refreshed and eager to begin the next leg of your journey to Hargadar. After checking your equipment and your map, you set off across the featureless plateau. Oh my god, it takes us here? So if we stand our ground, we can actually fire a bow at him and one-shot him. Your arrow grazes the creature's eye, then ricochets off its horny lid. The sudden, unexpected pain sends the creature into the sky, screeching an agonized cry across the empty plain. Then it turns and flies away to seek the shelter of its lair and nurse its weeping wound. Then we have to fight these guys. And we lose, because this is stupid. Alright, let me look at this. Combat skill 34, endurance 40. Where is this? 34, 40. Like, where is... what 34... It's probably this one here. Okay, so there are ways around it. Alright. So there's ways around it, we just gotta try and figure out. Oh no! 3440 is here. If we have Psy Surge. if we have Sight Search, but we don't have Sight Search, so it's 3440. Oh my god. I'm getting fed up of this book. How close are we to the end? I don't like this book at all. Not too bad, but look at this. These fights. Alright, we just have to save scum this fight. Alright, whatever. Let's just get through this book. Hopefully things might improve afterwards. Giant Guacal lizard looks at you with ravenous eyes. Its lower jaw drops to open to reveal a gruesome set of curved yellow fangs, and its fetid breath washes over you in a sickening wave as it launches its desperate attack. Still die. Because they don't even give us a chance to heal after our fighting the tree monster. Alright, so we're about to fight. Look, we're on 8 health. We just have to use all the healing stuff. So now we're on 16. 20. 23. Minus 11. I'll make a save here. Saves come this fight now. That's one death. Two deaths. Three deaths. Four deaths. 5 deaths. Six deaths. What is the... Whatever. Seven deaths. Look at this. 8 deaths. Nine deaths. Ten deaths. Eleven deaths. 12 deaths. 13 deaths. 14 deaths. Oh, I can click this book here. 15 deaths. 16 deaths. I'm just trying to get good first hit. 17 deaths. 18 deaths. 19 deaths. Okay, good first hit. Now save it. That's 18 deaths so far. Deaths. 21. 2. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. Why is it so infrequent to get a 0? 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 'Is it actually uniform? Is 0 really rare or something? I never even considered that it might just be uniform. What am I on? 31? 32. Like, it should be equally rare, but... 33. 34. 35. 'Save that. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. I've used all the potions. 41. 42. 43. 44. 44. 45. 46. 47. 'Oh, so close. 48. Really? 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 55. Might actually make this one. 56. Hello, Kramit. I'm at a really stupid point in this book where I don't see any way of getting past this without save scumming each individual turn of combat. It's... this book... There's a warning, there's a footnote at the beginning of this book. Warning, this book is essentially impossible. There's literally a footnote at the beginning under the title after you've read all the rules and everything. This footnote was not written by the author. This footnote was written by, like, the community, like years after the book was published, I guess. So yeah, this book is just stupid. At this point, the death counter, I don't know, why am I even keeping a death counter? We're still keeping track of deaths, so what am I on? 57, 58. Finally we did it, but we had to save scum those first 5 turns to make sure we didn't lose any health. See, even if you picked all the best things... I mean, this is what the footnote said. The footnote said, even if you've picked the optimal choice of stats, you rolled the highest possible stats, you've picked all the best options, you've taken all the best armor and everything, it's still near impossible. What was he thinking? I don't... Alright, we got past another combat. It was something like 57 deaths, I think, of save scumming. Was this also a physical release? This was a physical book, yeah. So back then you had to turn pages to get to the books. I don't know. People must have cheated. It's just barely possible. And I mean, on top of that, not only have you got all these unavoidable combats, but there's some points in the book where you roll a die, and if it's 0 to 1, you just die. Flat out die or whatever, because you've got hit in the head by an arrow or something. So it's... if you analyze it, there is basically a 0 chance of getting through the book. When you couple together all the RNG factors, it's really... you gotta save scum it. That's this book in particular. The first 5 books were fine. They were the right difficulty. It started getting a bit rougher the last few books, and then this book specifically is just not actually doable. So what are we on? 57 deaths added to that. We should make Quantum P1 play this. Alright. That's probably not the last fight, though. Let's make a save here. Wait, what health am I on? I'm still on 21 health. That's actually alright. With a haunting scream, the evil shadows fade and dissolve in the swirling clouds. A loud wind whistles in your ears, carrying the mournful sound of a tolling bell. At the center of the cloud, a ray of golden light pulses like a heartbeat in time to the chime of the bell. It draws you towards it, and you cannot resist its call. Slowly the clouds separate, and a tall tower of glistening white stone looms before you. A globe of golden light hangs suspended in midair above its conical roof, pulsating with heat and radiating power like a tiny newborn sun. Its comforting warmth draws you towards an open portal at the side of the tower. Beyond it, you see a dark tunnel that descends towards a speck of misty yellow light. You find it impossible to resist the strange compulsion drawing you towards the light. Effortlessly, you glide along the tunnel and emerge at the center of a huge, transparent sphere suspended in a luminous yellow sea of oily liquid. Behind its seamless walls swim fish-like creatures, strange things with phosphorescent bodies and opalescent jaws. You stare in fascination as they swim around you, seemingly oblivious of your presence. From the curved floor of this spherical chamber, a billowing mist arises. It blurs your vision and numbs your senses. As if in a dream, you feel yourself lifted by the buoyant cloud and transported across a vast shadowy terrain where spirits' shapes, like wisps of white silk, swirl around you in continuous motion. At first, you cannot discern the nature of these gossamer forms, but slowly they draw into focus until, at last, you are able to distinguish their features. A cold terror grips your mind when you realize exactly what it is you're looking at. We haven't really had any choice yet. The ghostly spirit shapes possess the faces of every enemy you have ever slain. They twist and contort beneath your gaze, their empty eyes burning with cold blue flames as they return your stare. You press your fists to your eyes and scream in an effort to block out this haunting nightmare, but to no avail. It saps your strength and numbs you to the bone. The ghosts dissolve into the mists, and a strange serenity soothes your tortured mind. New forms are taking shape now. They fill the scope of your vision with memories of events that occurred long ago. You see the smiling faces of your mother and father, the village of Deij, where you lived before you entered the Kai Monastery. Your sister Kari calling you in for supper at the close of a warm summer's day, and the sad memory of your brother Jen, who gave his life to save yours when on your 6th birthday you slipped and fell into the River Tor. This is like the first time we even mentioned her family. With amazement you watch as the patchwork parade of recollections continues to unfold, and slowly a realization of their meaning crystallizes in your mind. These people and events have all played their part, be it great or small, in the shaping of your destiny. Suddenly the visions are obscured by a dazzling light which shines so brilliantly that you are forced to shield your eyes against the glare. Many moments pass before you can make out the shape of what looms above. It is the huge face of a mighty warrior, strong and wise, whose golden eyes stare down at you with supernatural majesty. A kindly smile softens his heroic features, and a voice deep and wondrous rumbles from his throat. In this age of darkness, you have been chosen to fulfill the quest of the Magna Kai. Be true to the quest, for the greatness born within you can save your people and right the imbalance which threatens to destroy your world. Doubt not your purpose nor your strength, for inside you there burns a flame that can light the hopes of future men for all time. If everyone wants me to save their world, then why didn't they give me a better sword and maybe a potion or two? The divine radiance of his being and the gravity of his words fills you with wonderment, for your senses tell you that you are now in the presence of your creator, the immortal god Kai. Oh, it's Kai. Hi, Kai. The vision of your maker shatters with breathtaking suddenness, and without any warning you fall forwards and plummet into thick swirling cloud. The scary sensation of this rapid descent leaves you gasping, but the initial shock is soon replaced by the calm certainty that your fall is being controlled by unseen hands. Then, as if awaking from a dream, you become aware that the cloud has faded and the welcome feel of firm ground has returned beneath your feet. You stand at the foot of a massive sandstone cliff, its sheer wall pitted and scarred by fierce winds that whip across the surrounding rocky landscape. Perched at the top of the cliff is a walled city, whose grim outline and dragon gate you recognize immediately. It is Haggadar. Oh good, so we've actually reached Haggadar on this map. That little dot there. The forgotten city of the Sandai. You stare up at the stronghold, pondering the near impossible climb to its gate, and try to suppress your mounting fears. Nearby you see a stinking stream of foul water. You follow it to its source and discover that it pours from a grill set into the cliff wall. It must be a sewage channel that services the city above. Oh, we're going to... Is this going to be the sewer level? Let's make a save here, because the last 10 pages were just exposition. With no choices. This is the only book I've actually made any save scumming. Every other book, I've started the book from scratch every time I died, because it was reasonable enough. So we either try to climb that cliff. Yeah. We have a rope, but I don't think a rope's enough. This is gonna end up like Garlips in that race the other day. Let's go into the sewer then. The rusty bars offer little resistance to a couple of well-placed kicks, and you are able to gain entry to the circular chute with ease. A narrow walkway runs beside the gurgling channel. This is not the first sewer level we've had, actually. Ascending by steps and ramps as the climb becomes increasingly steep. The dark stone walls beaded with moisture and smeared with patches of luminous fungi which keep the sewer bathed in an eerie green half-light. At length you reach a landing where a smaller channel joins the main flow. As you pass it and set foot on the stairs beyond, you hear a sound like the rustling of leather on stone, and sense that something hungry is advancing along the tunnel towards you. All these skills that I don't have. A clacking of fangs and a cold ophidian smell serve to warn you that a gigantic serpent is advancing towards the landing, attracted by the promising warmth and scent of your body. It is moving very quickly, and you realize at once that your only hope of evading it is to delay its advance. If you possess a minimum of 4 meals... I've got 0 meals. I don't carry meals anyway, they're not that important. Well, we don't have bait. From out of the gloom emerges a colossal form. The monstrous, pear-shaped head of a giant sewer snake. It rears up from the narrow tunnel and fixes you with its burning yellow eyes, its forked tongue flickering to within inches of your chest. Its slit pupils dilate, and you barely have time to draw a weapon before it strikes. Oh, it's only -2. That's actually alright. That was close. What are we on? 6 health. Okay. The stairs lead to a passageway, which gives access to a street via hinged stone portals in the ceiling. You climb through one of the portals to merge on a gloomy street corner. Few walk the shadowy avenues of Haggadar. The atmosphere is so thick with the smell of salt and sulfur that those whom you do pass are unrecognizable behind the damp pads they press to their faces to ward off the cloying stench. The dimly lit street ends at a central square. This is the one and only time you ever hear a snake's head being described as pear-shaped. I would say Arbok in Pokemon's head is kind of pear-shaped as well. Well, actually, yeah, it did look like one of those snakes that has the what is it called? The thing which, well, the thing which makes it look like it's bigger than it really is. Where was I? Roped to a stone monolith at the center of the square is a huge blackbird, the Scarlet Warrior's winged steed. Behind it, rising in flat-topped tiers, is the Temple of the Sandai. Two armor-clad creatures stand guard at the entrance, their rusty helmets crudely adapted to hold their face pads in position. You sense that the Lawstone is here, within the temple, and you scan every inch of it in the hope of finding an unguarded entrance. There are no other doors, but a circular chimney-like vent protrudes from the middle of the highest tier. Well, we got a rope. Let's try climbing onto the temple. In the gloom, you are able to reach the top of the temple unseen. The vent is wide enough for you to pass through easily, but the foul odor pouring out of the funnel makes you nauseous and dizzy. A dim light glows somewhere in the depths of the shaft, and the sound of grinding machinery is carried upward on the bad air. Gingerly, you lower yourself down the soot-caked shaft to a place where another vent crosses it horizontally. 10 yards from this point, you find a hatch. The hatch opens to reveal an empty chamber below, with several corridors radiating from it like the spokes of a wheel. Quickly, you enter and follow a corridor that sweeps away in a smooth, curving arc. A line of doors, each one painted with the symbol of a writhing serpent, marches past on either side. The doors are invariably closed, and their heavy iron bolts are locked in position. You ignore them and hurry on towards the distant staircase, for it is here that you sense that the power of the last Lawstone is at its strongest. The staircase opens onto a balcony which overlooks a large circular hall. Here the floor is made of a polished blue-black marble that gleams like the still waters of a lake. At one end stands a massive table cluttered with artifacts, scrolls, and many strange potions and powders that hint at the practice of alchemy. At the opposite end of the hall is a towering arch, its surface sculptured with all manner of creatures, many of which stir a deep loathing within you. Beneath the arch is a complete darkness. No light at all penetrates or reflects in this inky abyss. But this is the Shadow Gate of Sandai, the doorway back to your homeworld. Wow. We can go back home. Oh. Hello. A sudden sound makes you spin on your heel, and instinctively you crouch down ready for combat. A small group of people, dressed in costumes that look vaguely familiar, are marching along the corridor towards the balcony. To avoid them, you hurry down a narrow stair that leads to the hall below, and take cover behind the overladen table. From your hiding place, you observe the group make their entrance. There are 6 of them. 4 men, 1 woman, and 1 other who walks with a stoop at the center of the group, and whom you cannot see clearly. You concentrate on their clothing, for there is something about its cut and style that is definitely familiar, yet you cannot pinpoint what it is. Then suddenly you recognize it, and the shock makes you draw breath. They are wearing Somlending costumes, i.e. they're from our world. The 5 visible faces are now all too familiar to you. Luvius Court, the Poisoner of Taiso, Falco, Highwayman and Cutthroat, Aita Nemata, the Witch of the Curlondon Isles, Porgron, Murderer, just a generic murderer, and Gardor Vez, Chief Druid of Malice Mound, Necromancer and Cannibal. I'm supposed to know all these people? These are 5 of Summerland's most notorious criminals, all of whom were sentenced to be thrown into the Shadow Gate of Toran for their crimes. 5 pairs of startled eyes glare at the table, alerted by your gasp, and the slick sound of blades leaving oiled scabbards soon follows. The 4 men and the woman, Aita, raise their swords and step forward to challenge you. As they move apart, you see the 6th member of their group clearly, and an icy chill runs down your spine. Slowly you shake your head in disbelief as your stare is returned by the cold, malicious eyes of Vonotar the traitor. Oh, was he like from book 1? You can actually meet him in book 1, but even if you don't meet him, I guess he gets caught anyway. So you know of him. He's the one who started all this. He led the, he was the one that led the Dark Lord's army to the monastery to kill all my fellow monks, to leave me to be the lone wolf. Yeah, he started this whole mess. Long have I waited for the chance to enact my revenge on you, lone wolf, he hisses, his loathsome voice filling the hall with sibilant echoes. And now my time has come. Kill him, he screams maniacally. And the 5 spring forward, eager to obey his command. Minus 15! That's not even on the chart. That's off the chart. What? Minus 11 or less. Oh my god. How much health have they got? 46? This is worse than any of the previous fights. You must fight all 5 enemies to the death. Alright, we're definitely safe scumming this turn by turn. And even doing that, it's just really stupid. Like, there's no... How could you ever be in a position where you have even a remote chance at this fight? Let's look at it this way. I've got the best possible starting. It's like I played Baldur's Gate and I basically use the mod that gives you max rolls for your starting stats. I've got Weapon Mastery, which gives a +3. I've got Circle of Fire, which gives you +1. So that's basically as good as you can get. Interestingly, they're not immune to Mind Blast, so you could get an extra +2 if I had Mind Blast. So that could be a like -13, which doesn't make a difference to the stats table. Maybe it's -15 total, but 1v1s? No. When it's a group, unless it specifies otherwise, and there's programs, it would actually have them separately. You just treat them as a group. Yeah. In fact, you very often fight a whole group with one combat skill. We've got 6 health right now. We have to just cheat. What the... And they don't even give you any, like, do you possess this obscure weapon that you might have found in some tomb somewhere? Do you have this potion or this particular poison that you found somewhere? No, it's just you just fight it. So you've got no workarounds. Like, in the original 5 books, you had options. Like, you could avoid combat because you might have rolled bad combat to begin with. And they kind of pointed out to you, even if you roll bad combat stats, all is not lost. But no, I mean, here, if you roll bad combat stats, all is lost. You have to. These books, I don't know, they went a bit off the rails. I hope that he reins it in, and after this Magna Kai sub-series, it somehow becomes a bit more reasonable. Alright. Let's take a quick look at the flowchart. Like, I want to know if we actually have to fight this fight, or there's actually a way around. Like, I don't want to spend my time testing it. Oh, no, I think we're here at towards the end of the game. 84. There's no branches, so this is like the full flowchart of the whole book. You literally have to fight it. And this is a spoiler, but whatever. We lose 5 HP, and then we have to fight another stupidly tough fight afterwards. Wonderful. It's... what? So, like, even if you had... And even if you kept every item you can find in every book that could give you plus combat. So, like, there was a helmet, there was a magic shield, stuff like that. Maybe you could push this up to a -9 or -8, and even then it's against you. And, like, what's weird is they there was a huge opportunity for them to give you all sorts of interesting weapons and interesting armors and stuff that have magical effects or +2 combat skill or something. But for the most part, no. They just give you regular swords. You find regular weapons. Sometimes you'll find a special weapon. It's named. But on its own, it doesn't do anything. It only does something if it says, do you have this weapon? And then it'll take you to a specific page. But you don't generally get any special weapons which are just a flat +2 or something. I don't, like... That seems to be a missed trick. Like, the only real occasion where that happened was the Summer Sword, which you get in Book 2. And if you somehow manage to keep that all the way to this book, Book 11, then you do get, like, a +4 skill or something. And that's great and everything, but when you die, if you're following the rules, you're supposed to lose everything and restart that book like as a pleb with nothing. Alright, let's make a save here because we're on 6 HP. We don't have any potions because I used all my potions for the last battle. I've got these spores. We're not going to have a chance to use them. We've got a conch shell. Well, we're not in Lord of the Flies, so that's not of no use to us. I've got a bow and arrow, but they're not asking me to use it. Alright, whatever. Let's make a save. I've got a million JSON files on my computer now. All... I can see that they're growing in the numbers of kilobytes in these JSON files. Alright, take a hit. We rolled a K. K means it doesn't matter how much health you have, you just die. Like, when you're that bad in combat, the chart just has a K. So if you roll a 0... No, if you roll a 1 or a 2, you just get K'd. Your mission end here. Okay, that's 1 death. Two deaths. I'm just trying to roll for a hit where I don't take any damage. 3 deaths. Mm-hmm. 4 deaths. Even turn by turn. 5 deaths. 6 deaths. 7 deaths. 8 deaths. See. Hang on, let me just add those deaths. That was, what, 7? So, I've always been assuming that it's a uniform roll from 0 to 9. I've never actually verified that. Let me just have a look at the mechanics here. So if we turn off computer generated, and then we look at the RNG chart. Well, if we're doing this, we could actually just choose our rolls. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to endure this stupidity. Alright, so if I change to manual dice rolls. Alright, now we click play turn. So this is how they expected you to do it for the book. You were supposed to hold a pencil over the book, close your eyes, and go... And wherever the pencil would land, that's the number you rolled. Now, looking at that, is it actually uniform? How many zeros are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 zeros. How many, like, I don't know, 4s are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so it's not actually uniform. It is actually a little bit like Gaussian or something. It's just a little bit weighted towards the center. That never occurred to me. That actually changes a lot of decisions and that potentially would have changed a lot of decisions I made in the past, where I was sort of. There were like games where you would go to a casino and play roulette and stuff, and I was always just assuming the dice was perfectly uniform. It's actually weighted towards the middle. Offline, I'll have to actually calculate the exact odds so we know going forward. They expected you to fuck the book. Yeah, like I had one of these books when I was a kid, but I didn't. I don't think I did the pencil method because that was just kind of. It wasn't. It was just really stupid. Sometimes you would miss the book. I probably just rolled a dice or something. Interesting. So it's actually low chance of getting crits, and we're hoping for crits here. Alright, well, I'm still going to use computer generated, but... alright. Dead. 1 death. 2 deaths. 3 deaths. See, they're getting the crit on us, and that should be the same chance as us getting the crit on them. I would think. I.e., does 0 have the same weight as 9? I didn't check, but I think probably. I had one, but it was the small books. I can't remember what it required. Four deaths. Five deaths. Six deaths. I just want to get a 7 on him. It can happen. A 7! Alright, save scum. Another JSON. How was that JSON 200 bytes more than the last one? Oh, that makes sense, yeah, because we've got that. We've changed our HP. I don't know. We've changed his HP and ours. Well, no, ours didn't. 7. Okay, dead. Eight deaths, I think. Nine deaths. I've kickstarted a couple of game books that people are writing, like, now and are publishing around this year or next year. So if I get hold of those, I might try those. We'll see how they compare with this. Hopefully they're a bit fairer. Like I bought like the PDF copy of them. Nine deaths. 10 deaths. I just want to get to the end of this Magna Chi series because I have Advent of Code like this month, and that's going to run until the 12th. And I don't want to have to be juggling both of these browser streams because I'm using the same scene for both in OBS. I couldn't be bothered to make a new one. It was 14, around 14 deaths. 15 deaths. 16 deaths. 17 deaths. Just the end of the Magna Chi sub-series, not the end of the whole series, because the whole series is 29 books, and we're on book 11. But the sub-series finishes with book 12, I think. Probably 20 deaths. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30 deaths. Let's just bank these for a moment. I need a breather. Oh. You can actually edit the JSON file as well. If you want to give yourself certain stats or certain skills, or start it in a certain way. We never even got asked to use these things. I get so many different things that I never find the page where you're supposed to use them. If they even... Sometimes I bet they're just troll items and there's actually no page. I mean, they might not necessarily be in the same book. There could be later books saying, do you have the dagger of Vishnu or whatever? And that might have been from like 3 books ago. As if you somehow were able to survive the last 3 books. If you're following the rules, you're only supposed to keep items if you actually survived. You can also store stuff at your monastery in between books, but technically if you die, all that stuff disappears as well, so... Alright, let's crack on. One. Okay. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Also, this isn't the, when we're fighting humans, we play this music. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. Did we actually have any healing potions? No, we used them all before. 13. 14. 15. Give me another crit. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. Should have banked that one. 23. 24. 25. 'What are they on? They're on 25 health. We're on 25 deaths. 26. And 7. We'll save that. $28. 29. 30. 31. 32. Well, they're on 12 health. 33. What are we on? 3 health, of course. 30. 30. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 53. 44. 46. 47. 58. 59. Come on, we've only got 12. 12 health. 50. 51. 52. 53. Alright, come on, just one more hit. 54. 55. 6. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. It has to be another crit. We can't do 5 damage to them without dying. 63. 64. They died, but we died as well. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. You heard what I was saying about Inscription on Archipelago, but I also just realized if Act 1 complete is your goal, then you're 1 item from go mode from the get-go. So is the only blocker the film roll? Yeah, I didn't really think about it. I just initially selected that because I thought it'd be shorter, but if it's just the film roll, yeah. I can do all 3 acts. I've actually done an Archipelago before with Inscription. It wasn't too bad, although it was a bit bottlenecky in the middle of Act 2. But it's much better to have all 3 acts available from the beginning. Not do them in order, because that becomes very bottlenecky. What was I on? 72 or something? 72. 73. 74. This game could work as an archipelago. It is open source as well. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80, come on. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 'We did it. Right. Let's not peek down yet. As the last of your enemies falls, dead at your feet, the traitor vents... Wait, what was it? 87 something? Let me add those. So that's... add 7. The traitor vents a shrill cry of terror and scurries like a bloated spider towards the Shadow Gate. In his hand he clutches a banded leaden box, and as he runs, he works feverishly at the lock. Suddenly the lid springs back and your senses burn as the power of the last Lawstone is uncovered. Now instinct alone... Oh no. Oh no. Let's just read this. Instinct alone guides your actions. You sprint towards him, determined to stop him from entering the Shadow Gate. He squeals with fear and turns to face you, his hand raised, a ring of blue fire pulsating on his finger. He screams a curse and a jet of cold fire lances your chest and slams you to the floor. As you stagger to your feet, the traitor runs forward to finish you with another blast. You dive aside and the blast tears open the floor, but before you can launch another, you leap forward and attack. Combat skill 30, so the last one was 38, so it's not nearly as bad. In fact, it's quite doable, but we're dead already. Oh no, how do I fix this? Wait, so what was the... Oh, at least I made it... So we have to have 6 health. Hang on, let me load the save before the last one. What are we on? 3. Oh, fuck. Well, we do have a save we can recover from. We're on 6 health here. So if we lose 5 health, we'll be on 1 health, and then we can just... Then save's coming again. Oh, God. Time is it? Alright, well, this is... Let's just finish this off. As tempted as I am to just cheat and use the manual dice roll. So we got to retain our 6 health. What are they on? They're on 25. Let me make a save here. Alright. Go again. 1. 2. No, we can't accept any loss of health at all. Three, 4, 5 something. 6. Seven. Do I give in and just use the manual dice? We've made it this far. 8. Well, then we have to fight him. But he's not tough, actually. His skill is not that bad. 8. 9. 10. 11. This is the part that seems impossible. Well, yeah. Well, I said that at every monster we came across. Every monster just got more and more ridiculous. And now this one's... Yeah, this is the worst we've seen yet. 8. 9. 10. I don't know what he was thinking. See, he even publishes, like, books with errata and, like, additions or things to change in the books. And all of those errata and modifications and stuff are actually programmed into this. He never decided to actually make any fixes to this to make it a little bit easier, apparently. Or if he did, it might have just been... I think he might have, actually, because if I look at this flowchart, they don't always match up. Some of the combat skills of the bosses are actually a bit easier than they are in the flowchart, so it's actually originally... The original publication, I think, was even worse. Did the stream go off? Am I back? Oh, okay. Keep on rolling dice. 9. 10. This is gonna make for a terrible YouTube video. 11. I haven't really checked, but I might be the only person who's ever made like a full playthrough, YouTube playthrough of the entire series. I've found some playthroughs, but they weren't very... I don't think they really finished the whole series. So I could be the first, but... $13 or something. 14, yes, nice. Come on. Yes, 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 come on. One more. We win, but we can't accept any, we'll die anyway. So that's like 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. Come on, just one more. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. There we go. So we are... It says -7. That's not too bad. Alright, what are we on? We're on 1 HP. So we can't take any hits. So I think we'll get a little bit more leeway here because... if we look at the chart, we're on -7. So we're here. So if we... Oh. No. Again, we have to crit every time. But we only have to do it like 3 times. But we do actually have to crit every single time. Wonderful. 3 times will do it. Alright. Oh, what was I adding? 33? Let's just have 33. 60. Alright. Ready for the final battle. He is human, so... With Power Ring. Let me have a look at the flowchart. Was there a way he could have not had the Power Ring? No, apparently not. Okay, anyway. One. Two. 3. Come on, just 3 crit. 3 more crits. 4. 5. 1. Hang on, so 5 deaths. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. This battle would have been fine if we had health. This -7 is not too bad. It's actually kind of evens in terms of who wins if you have the same health. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. Alright, if we're on how much? 1 health. If there's like lose 1 HP or something on the next page, Let me just add the deaths first. What was that? 23 or something? 23. Save scumming a gamebook, what fun. I don't know how much of that you saw, Wugger, but these battles were absolutely just utterly stupid. Like, I tried save scumming at the beginning of the battles, even that didn't work. I had to save scum each individual strike of the battle. And even then I have to do like 20 reloads before I get a hit that won't put me in an unwinnable position. It's so stupid, and even if you had like every item from past books that adds to your combat skill or something, you'd still be at a huge loss. But I think we finally did it. We had something like 200 deaths on this book alone. Maybe a bit unbalanced, yeah. Hence the footnote at the start. And the funny thing is, the author, later on, he published like magazines which had errata, which you could use to fix past books. He never decided to fix this book. There might have been a few changes here and there. I think some of the things look different. But he didn't decide to fix the bosses, even after people were playing them. Yeah, that second last boss fight, I beat it, only to find out the very next page was a mandatory minus 5 HP loss, just for the fun of it. Like this page we're on right here. Lose 5 endurance points because you fall on the floor. Or because you get hit by cold fire. And that means I had to go back to a much earlier save to redo that battle and make sure I had 6 health. Alright, I'm about to click this page now. If we lose 1 HP. Onotar lies dead on the black marble floor, his torn body oozing a blood that is thin and vile, like poisonous venom. You roll his corpse aside and take up the Lore Stone in your trembling hands. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of power is transfused into your being, and you feel lifted in mind and body to a level of consciousness that transcends your mortal frame. You surrender to its power, and under its guidance you are drawn inexorably towards the arch of the Shadowgate. Willingly, you step into the darkness and begin your triumphant return to the world where you were born. Your quest has succeeded, for the essence of the remaining 2 Lore Stones is now one with your body and spirit. But the final struggle has yet to be won, for the power of your mortal enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad, has waxed and grown strong during your time in the Dazian. If you possess the courage of a true Kai Master, the ultimate battle awaits you in the final episode of the Magna Kai quest entitled The Masters of Darkness. In bookstores now. I can only hope that this next book isn't another troll book. From what I read, the one that we're on right now was said to be the worst of the entire lot. At least according to some players. So we are returning to our home plane, Magnamund. This is Helgadad. We've never been here. This is where the big Dark Lord boss lives. That's probably where we're going next book. And if you look at this gigantic map, we've actually, in these last 11 books, we've only really covered, like, let's say this area plus maybe this, yeah, this area, so this side, and also a bit of this continent here. So yeah, sort of like this big blob here. Oh, and a bit of that ice shelf there. Including the main river here, going up to that bit there. Yeah, okay. So it's like basically this top right-hand corner. But look how many individual named places there are, most of which I think actually do come up in the books, so there's still a whole world out there to explore. And this map we had was of the plane because we were on a different plane altogether. Hopefully we'll never return there. Alright. Okay, this is the flowchart. Yeah, you can see from this flowchart that these boss battles, the black boxes, they're just completely unavoidable. You don't have any workarounds using your skills. You have to have super high skill, which goes against like the spirit of the first few pages, of the first books, which explained, you know, there are ways around battle. It's not always about fighting. Oh, it is always about fighting. Nothing's more important than being able to kill. Alright. So... Masters of Darkness. We can load up the book and make a save. We lost our map. So we get to keep 19 gold coins, which we had no use for in that universe, because they don't use gold coins in that universe. Keep our skills. We'll get to take one more skill, like animal control or something. I don't know. Or if we really want to max out our combat skill, because it seems to be important, we'll probably go with Mind Blast. We keep a bunch of items. Rope and lantern are usually useful. Conch shell. We didn't have any Lord of the Flies moment come up, but it might still happen. Got Ketu spores. Balon's bow fungi. Plenty of arrows. Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad inventory. Alright, make a save here. See, if you look here, the combat, the RNG thing I was talking about, where you drop your pencil down. So in LW Club Newsletter Edition 29, they issued a new table, which is expanded and had more numbers in it. Like a bigger RNG table. So I guess it's actually programmed to use the exact number of squares in that table. So I should really count them up, do a tally, so I know the exact odds. Because it really does matter, actually. For making decisions. Just make like a bar chart of how it looks. So yeah, as I was saying, there's not many people who have like a YouTube series or something of them playing through the entire series. So I could probably with confidence say nobody's ever done a legit completion of this series on video. Especially with the existence of this book. If you, like, there are probably ways to actually get through it, because if you were to keep all the past really good items, as well as some potions, which you can drink during battle, and it gives you +2 combat for that battle. So you can save them up. So in theory, it could be done. Like, legit, surviving all the way through the series. If you had analyzed the flowcharts inside out, you'd worked out the optimal route. You could do it. So somebody could be the first. I'm not gonna. It would take forever. I'd love to understand the math of the tables and why D6 isn't just better. Because I guess you wanted it to be weighted more in the center, and you can't easily do that with without using multiple dice. Because he wanted crits to be quite rare. Or at least rarer than like a 4 or a 5. And with a D6, it would be too common for a crit to come up. And yeah, the only other way, which probably still would have been better, is to have you roll multiple dice. But then it's a lot of adding up, and yeah, I don't see that. That would also wouldn't appeal to people. But then again, well, if it's between that and doing the stupid pencil thing, I would still pick the dice. But yeah. All right. Well, there's still one book to go before I can temporarily put a close on this playthrough until I come back to this in the future. But we still got to do this next book, so I'll try and get that one done. I think it's mainly accessibility. Well, yeah. I mean, dice would usually... If someone was committed enough to buy one of these books, I imagine they wouldn't have too much difficulty getting hold of a single die. I don't know. You could do a flowchart based on coin flips. It'll probably have the best accessibility. I think it would just take too long to do battles if you did that. Because you don't have to do it for every turn. If I were to do the book, I would have done it roll X number of dice and use the sum total. That seems to me the most reliable way. It just means there's a lot of adding up. Like, if I were publishing a book at a time when people didn't really use computers, but... Alright. Well, I've paid for a couple of Kickstarters where some authors are making some game books now, as we speak. So we'll see what they do, and I'll probably stream them because they're like PDF versions. So we'll see what they do and how they've decided to modernize their systems. That'll be interesting. Let me. Trying to remember what the name was. There was something called Legion of the Necromancer or something. Well, that was one of them, and then another one was Castle of something or other. Probably provide a tearaway page to make a die. Ooh. What, like fold up a die? Does that really work? Suppose you could do that. Oh, like out of cardboard, I suppose you mean? I don't know. This was around 1980s to 1990s, wasn't it? I don't know what games have been published around then. I assume there were. I think they were popular enough. There were enough board games that it wouldn't be too hard to get hold of dice. To keep the outside elements to the minimum. Yeah. And when was this book published? So the first book was published in 1984. Let's have a look this up. Lone Wolf Masters of Darkness publication dates. How many years had passed? 1988. So this was 4 years after the first book. And the final book? Was that actually quite recent? Let's have a look. Storms of Chai. ...2016. It was actually pretty recent. Relatively. He died that year? Damn. He died the same year he wrote the final book of the series. And I believe his next of kin have basically given permission for this to be free use, like, under the Project Aeon license. Well, that's kind of poetic, actually. He managed to finish the series. Alright. I'm gonna go eat now. One day we'll travel this whole world, even the Zor Dorsal, or Cape Caron. Alright, see you next time, Lone Wolf.